not just moving vessels with gas, but moving
Yes,
gas
ma'am.
with vessels all to be constructed effort to manage the comparative advantage they got on us by our rich federal and national gas demand. All these points have major speed and safety with which large volume of gas are transported at the least cost to the environment, but more related to gas price is the competitive advantage that the zero sulfur content of our gas confers and the cost saving due to economies of scale that movement of gas by vessels offer. On final note, the Nigerian Authority remains resolute, committed not only to movement of gas through vessels, but to movement of vessels to gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we didn't realize how much Nigerian Port Authority was saying in terms of gas expansion. I think that's what we should consider them for a second Keynote Address. Mr. Bayo,
Are you putting the online thing
I hope you will be leading another chat representing the EFP. Let's just have your opening remarks so we can have this conversation up and running.
But how long will it take to come back? It's back up. They have to link it back. Ima will send the key back to them. I said Ima
Good
will send the
morning,
key back to them.
Honorable Minister. Thank you for the opportunity and
No, I sent something to Mamo.
So,
Sent to them.
from an opening remark perspective for me, I will say that the sessions we've had this morning already polarize the things that
You're providing me a link.
and there are three things that came in this morning, which I think is important for me. There was a case that was clearly made around growing our reserves. Growing our reserves will mean positioning ourselves even higher in terms of the reserves.
I sent it to Mamo.
There was a case about growing our production. And there was a case about growing the impact that gas makes on our
Send that link to them.
So those three things still remains cardinal focus areas that I think we need to take on. To make this happen, a lot of conversation happening. What is wrong? Because we need to be very careful around balancing, recognizing the progress that has been made, and giving ourselves the right stretch to actually close the gap. We can't be complacent. Everybody says more needed to be done. What is what's the more? That's what's on my mind. One is, how do we increase the pace of implementation? We say the right things, we're doing the right things, but the pace, we need to increase the pace. And some of the continuous issues that are continuing to drag down our pace is to ensure that not just the upstream, not just the ministries, the end-to-end chain, that we have a joint ownership of recognizing that gas is our number one step towards realizing that vision of 2030, the decade of gas. It's not a sectorial issue. End to end, everybody needs to align on the same objective.
Yes, hello.
So that common purpose is necessary. The second thing in my mind,
Yes,
is
sir.
what we say, and it will continue to say,
Okay. Well done,
is
sir.
that
Sorry,
you
wait
need
a
a
second.
market-led model to firmly anchor the willing buyer, willing seller that we'll be talking about.
I saw it, but not very fully.
That must work. As long as it is not working, our pace will still be slow, because there's a lot of drag in the system. And the third and the last one I will leave for this opening session, which everybody has said,
Okay, sir.
and we'll deepen the conversation. We have to leverage the GIG to fix
No, we'll
upstream,
still go out through you.
to
I'm
ensure
sharing
that
with
gas
my,
availability that we're talking about is there.
I'm sharing my
We should
GD,
focus
so
on making the
I
gas
see
bigger.
that.
Sometimes when I feel the
All right.
tension between what can be domestic gas,
Thank you.
export gas generation, we have enough gas to go at domestic gas. We should just do the needful and move all this item so that there's no need to be arguing around competition between export and domestic. When we have abundant supply, our issues should be to remove those blockers, which we'll be talking about. Very, very easy.
So is the place from Hilton?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the pace and the tempo of what we're doing. I think at this point we'll just have to start with you and we'll work our way back to the end.
Shall I go and sort out the list?
So, I mean, particularly, you operate the EMP. Do you think, how do you think the EMP companies for which, for instance, you represent can play this?
Of what has helped Nigeria to get to where we are today is that certain leaders of our industry in the past introduced ACFA when gas development was close to zero. That singular act meant that investors did their economics. They found that they could deliver not just value to the country, but the investor will have reasonable return, and they will also de-risk. Those creative solutions was what led to some of the upstream development you see today, and including this development that is feeding LNG. As we move into the PIB, we have to ensure that we do not incentivize this particular regime. It has to be better because the world is becoming more competitive. So that, for me, is the most fundamental. The policies that we have must make our domestic gas investable in a manner that we can work with pace. And once that is in place, I can assure you that all the upstream companies, whether you are international or you are local, you want to ensure that you are profitable. And I think that would unlock a lot, if I could leave it there.
I would just make a quick sweep over to CEO Gas and Power. You both participate as a regulator and also as a player. Is that an albatross? Is that leading to some of the drag we have in some of the things that are positions that the investors want to see that they're not seeing? I mean, or are you aiding this system of operation?
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, you have to dissect this sector very well. In the first instance, you just need both. Because if I just give you a typical example now, if you look at the export project, okay, once an FID is taken, you can see end-to-end solution, and they are likely not going to be derailed. Because in the gas and power value chain, you just have to look at the entire value chain. So what we have seen is once the value chain are all involved end to end, you are not likely going to derail. But what we have in Nigeria today is there's a certain decoupling in the entire value chain. If I take a typical example in the domestic market, the upstream is decoupled from the other value chain. So which means the infrastructure that need to convey the gas to all the nook and crannies of the country has to be developed so that economic prosperity reaches the place. And that brings about government. All the critical backbone infrastructure in Nigeria today are built by government. So now, if government is going to build infrastructure, and this infrastructure is going to be on open access, then you need to have some regulations. If you allow a private sector to build infrastructure, for instance, and it has to be on open access, it's a monopoly, then there's going to be a problem. I will give you a classical example. We have the Escravos to Lagos pipeline built by government. The tariff on that line is 0.8 cent. We have the West African gas pipeline driven by investors. The tariff, as I speak, is about $3.7. So sometimes in nation building, especially if you're a resource owner, you have to migrate from regulation into a liberalized market. This is the journey we are in Nigeria today, because we started with regulation. Don't forget, gas was sold at 50 cents before. Then we have the Nigerian Gas Master Plan, which tried to dissect the issues from infrastructure deficit into pricing, into a certain regulation that will bring about domestic gas. That's how the policy started. But the intention is to gravitate us into a liberalized market. Somewhere along the line, there was delay, just like the other speaker talked about speed of operation. By now, we should have attained a liberalized market. But there are a couple of challenges to doing that. And that's why we keep on setting targets. It's the reality. It's the reality that we see today. So now government is building infrastructure. We are trying to reach all the crannies of the country. Now, certain areas are not working very well. I spoke about power, for instance. So if you are talking about penetration in the domestic market and 70% of your volume is going to power, then whatever policy you put around, whether it's liberalized market or everything, then this 70% will be a bottleneck for you. So which means for you to be able to have a system that is fully liberalized, you have to take up this big pie, which is the power sector. First of all, you start from the market. The market drives the supply. Most times when I hear that there is no gas in the country, no, it is the market. Once you are able to create the market, gas will flow. And once the market know that they will have return from whatever they sold, the gas will flow. So, and that's why to solve this problem, you have to look at the market, the behaviors of the market. If you're able to solve that, gas will flow, everything will be liberalized, then the market can open, people can negotiate for their gas. But today there's a distortion. If I give you another example, the power plant that has been able to structure a deal, which is Azura, they've been able to negotiate their gas on a willing buyer, willing seller basis. They ended up with a gas price of about $3 up. And that is a big challenge today, because any power that is not paid for is paid by government. We need to realize this. Any power that is not paid by the consumer is paid by government. And the burden of trying to meet up with this payment on government is huge. So that means we just have to critically look at the market, resolve the issue around the market, gas will flow. So that is how we look at it. Once we deal with the market, if you look at the commercial users, for instance, the cement companies has a certain quantity of gas they need. Most of them are taking half of it. Who pays for the capacity? Because people have made investment and they have to flow that gas to the investment, but they are taking half of it. So the second critical issue is agreement. So if I sign an agreement that you are going to take this quantity of gas and you are taking half of it, who pays for the capacity? So all these issues need to be resolved. And once they are resolved, then you can have the market behaving accordingly. And the goal of everybody is to reach willing buyer, willing seller. That's what we want to do. But things have to behave such that the willing buyer, willing seller basis is working. A payment has to return to the investor. Otherwise, the investor will not invest more.
I think that's quite a brutally frank position to maintain from a government person. But truth again is that when the conversation around gas in the past, it used to be a case of you hear summaries like it's always going to be a willing buyer, willing seller situation. Now we have all of these gaps. It would have been interesting to have Dr. Saka Awali on this panel because DPR, I mean, is supposed to be an enabler, and I heard some of the things you said, especially the 5 levers that should be controlling or giving us the kind of speed that we needed, the 4 A's and the R's, like you mentioned. It would have been nice to expand on that because, like the MC said earlier, 3,000 people online watching. People are distilling and cascading all of this to make sure that all of these loopholes are plugged. So there's the market reality, and there's the regulation, and there's the agreements that needed to be signed. But yet the facts about these gaps are there. For instance, today is supposed to be the first day of our 10 years. Now we should be able to put these things in measurable terms, short, medium, and long term, so that by the time we're returning again next year, we would have measured where we are today and where we are supposed to be. Otherwise, like someone says, if we don't do this over the next 2 years, 10 years will just be rhetoric and we will never be where we want to go. And that brings me to bringing in justice. While I was going through a note I had in a while, I stumbled on these facts or these figures, Justice, as you talk about the gas flow implementation. Today, about 800 million scoff of gas is flared every day, and that's enough to generate about 5 gigawatts of electricity that's been flared. About 2.5 billion scoff is re-injected every day. That's enough to generate about 15 gigawatts, which is about 15,000 megawatts, as it were. The production of gas today is enough to power about 48 gigawatts of electricity. But currently, the average is at 3,000 megawatts at the average. You're championing a process that should help us capture some of these things in terms of practicality and push them out there and make sure that Nigeria becomes industrialized. What's the update on that?
Thank you, Philip. What the gas flare commercialization seek to achieve is to harness these gas that as heated have been flared, again, from across over 180, around 180 gas flare locations in Nigeria. And what we're doing on a daily basis, yes, the number is around 750 to 800 million scoff of gas per day. Now, if you put that into context, our power generation is around 750, 800 million scoff, CO, I think I'm right. And then our industrial usage is around 450, 480, which means we could double that in terms of our industrial usage, and of course, double our power generation. And that is what we are trying to address. Instead of flaring this gas and wasting this natural resource in this time of climate change impact. That is what the Nigerian gas flare commercialization is doing. And to bring you up to speed, when we started some years back, we had over 600 interested parties that are interested in those flare sites. And we said, okay, 600, good number, but we need to make sure that we get the serious-minded businessman that has the financial wherewithal and, of course, the technology to deploy to harness this flare gas. And so we issued a request for qualification, and the number reduced to 200, which became the qualified applicants to move to the next phase. And I said last year, even in the heat of the COVID-19 pandemic, these qualified applicants submitted the business proposals, and conferring with DPR, that the implementing agency, these proposals have been looked at, and they've identified the sites they want. Matter of fact, most of these third parties are asking to say, just give us any flare sites. We have the technology to deploy, no matter the terrain it's. We will go there and convert these flare gas to what we call flare gas to market products. So in all, we equally in the proposals at the initial stage, we noticed that most of these third-party investors, or we call flare gas buyers, purchasers, indicated to use this for power as well. And so overall, you can see that the multiplier effect is huge. And in the development world, this is what we call a high impact program. A high impact program in the sense that it's a unique historic opportunity to attract investment in a viable gas flare project, and of course, permanently addressing what we all know that has been a 63-year-old environmental problem. And of course, this equally keys into Mr. President's commitment at COP21 in Paris on climate change agreement, which will reduce Nigeria's greenhouse gas and CO2 emission by around 13%. So all of these are the dividends of the gas flare commercialization program. And the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources equally mentioned that, look, in as much as we are looking at the big picture, let's quickly tap on the low-hanging fruits of this gas flare commercialization so that this will now trigger a new set of midstream players to play across the broad spectrum of the gas value chain. And for the Honourable Minister, this will bring in, it will serve as a breeding ground for a fertile breeding ground for new businesses, and of course, it will explore economic activities even for non-gas sector businesses. Thank
Justice,
you.
permit me to just jump in and just ask you in quick seconds. I mean, these are laudable, but what kind of responses are you getting from those who should latch on to the commercialization program? What kind of responses, what kind of feedbacks do you have? And measurable, in terms of measurable terms, how many of them are jumping on?
Oh, like I mentioned that. I said, well, we started 600 indicated interest. Now we know that not all 600 of these companies has what it takes to go through to carry out a viable gas flare capture projects. So we issued a request for proposal package, which kind of sieve and see that you qualify to move to the next stage. And we have 200 from the 600, so 400 didn't make that pass mark. So we have 200. That 200 now have submitted the proposals to the Department of Petroleum Resources. And it will interest you to know, beyond those 200, on a weekly basis, at the Department of Petroleum Resources and even in the Office of the Honorable Minister of State, we still have interested parties demonstrating that, look, we have this technology, we have the finances, just give us any flare sites for us to harness this gas flare and convert to market products.
That's about 57 flare sites you have, right? You have about 57 flare sites, right? Or how many of those flare sites?
Okay, so we have
marked
180 flare sites, 180 flare sites in Nigeria of 16,000 flare sites globally in 90 countries, including this one we're living in. Now, for us, when we looked at, have in mind, one critical pathway to success of the NGFCP is to have an investment-grade gas flare data that the third parties will take to the banks. So what we did, we scrubbed the data which we get from the producers and to say, if this didn't meet up an investment-grade data, we can't put it for bidding because that is going to be an issue of bankability, which of course the program looked at from all angles. We look at technical, legal, economic, and even from a developmental standpoint. So after we scrubbed the data, did some sanity checks, we found out that we have investment-grade data for 48 flare sites, which we moved for the first bidding round. Now, after this first bidding round, there will be lessons learned because we'll carry out an after-action review to say, yes, this area we made mistake, and now we scrub the tier 2 data to bring them up to an investment grade and then come up with a second bidding round and possibly a third bidding round.
All right. Thank you very much. I mean, I think this panel is carefully selected. You have the lawmaker, well, who is absent. You have the government person leading and playing. You have Mr. Justice from the gas. NPA, interestingly, with what we talk about, decade of gas, 2030, starting today, decade of gas will mean more CNG, more LPG, more LNG, and that's some prospect, high prospect in terms of marine transportation. Whether those vessels are hired, whether those vessels will find a position in Nigeria, for instance, where shipyards will get busy, will be a function, I think, of the thinking of Nigeria Ports Authority to tap into this potential. What are you doing?
Good afternoon. Definitely, Nigeria Port Authority has a major role to play in the transportation of gas. Right now, we have been training our employees, which we have asked them to cascade it down to our stakeholders. And like the sulfur regulation 2020 by International Maritime Organization, which the regulation says that transportation of gas should not contain more than 0.5% of sulfur. And that is our mandate, to make sure that the regulation is and make sure the vessels that are taking gas from this country do not contain more than 0.5% of sulfur. And we have deployed our technology to that effect.
Okay. Well, I mean that's fair enough. Mr. Julari, if you had the opportunity, you had the magic wand, you had the position, and you had the ears of anyone who needed to listen, and you needed to change something about energy transition, which is here with us, whether we like to accept it or not, we know that from the OPEC outlook by 2040, 2050, fossil fuel, will be taking some unfavorable position. I mean, if you look at all of the financing around the world, if you're talking fossil, you're not talking to some banks. If you're talking fossil, you're not talking to some pension opportunities. So everybody wants to finance energy transition. If you had the opportunity, what would you want to see as an EMP as far as energy transition is concerned, and what we discuss as regards the decade of gas?
Thank you very much. So I think as an EMP company, and as you see the trends with most of the EMP companies, the first thing I'd like to say is what sort of trend are we seeing? Because these are big international companies present in different, and have been investing for over 100 years. So huge learning curve, huge capacity, huge resources. What are these big companies doing? Amongst many of them, I'll just focus on three. One is that almost all the big EMP companies operating everywhere are beginning to look at their portfolio rationalization and consolidation. Because as you have the energy transition, and everybody is looking at what's going to happen in 2030, 2040, 2050, everybody is racing to monetize the portfolio they have, to make money out of it or convert it into value or generate revenue from it to build the future energy. So the pace is fast. So you look at your portfolio, you rationalize it, you then segment your portfolio. The high impact portfolio, you focus on them, and the lower impact portfolio, you tend to rationalize them out. So that's the first thing that I see. The other thing that I see is I see a very aggressive, transparent, and visible plan of the steps by step towards achieving that transition. Quite a number of EMP companies have already made clear declaration of when certain things will end. Some have made declarations around at so time we think our oil investment will reduce by 50%. Some are making clear commitment as said by year 2030 our gas investment will be increased by 45%. And some are also making commitments around our alternative energy, hydrogen, biomass, and others will be grown by 15%. So there are clear targets. It's not just talk. And the importance of clear targets is that everybody can rally around those targets. You can begin to measure your progress when you have those targets. The third thing I'd like to then also emphasize that I see all these international companies doing around the world is they're pacing very quickly around digital transformation, because the world is also moving very, very quickly. They are investing in digital transformation. They are investing in data. They are investing in artificial intelligence. And they are investing in training and accelerating the younger generations to take lead in that transformation. Those are some of the things that I see them doing. What does it then mean for Nigeria in my mind when I think about how does it play? And again, moderator and ladies and gentlemen, there's no magic wand. There's hardly nothing that we're going to say that somebody has not said. It's just for more and more emphasis. And I will start with the PIB. The PIB must enable the decade of gas. A couple of examples of things I noted that I wanted to talk about. So there are certain challenges that we have seen, and if we don't use this PIB to nail them, they may remain. One of them is the issue we've talked about, the pricing, right? We've talked about huge backlog of debts. For the investors, right? That's the big deal, right? If you can, and I think our CEO on Gas and Power did mention that if you cannot see the money, you can't put the next investment, right? So we need to make sure that that chain works, that things are paid for. That's very important. The second thing that I'm seeing clearly is the point we've made, and I think, again, our CEO, Gas of Power, also mentioned that around, yes, we've been talking about transiting to this willing buyer, willing seller. We've been talking about balancing the government responsibility for infrastructural development and the attraction of investment. We need to still sit together and make sure that that end-to-end actually delivers faster. The pace at which we are going, we are seeing other African countries who do not have the resources we have, who are coming to terms with those resources in the last 5 years. I'm sorry to say, ladies and gentlemen, they are moving faster than we are in Nigeria. So we need to increase the pace for that generation that is coming behind us. The other third thing, and I will say around that, is credibility of our environment is very important. As we walk through this PIB, we have to ensure that the commitments that Nigeria has made to previous investors are honored. It's not so much about, just the next project. If those commitments are not honored, the precedent you set to the global investment community is that the laws can change anytime and you're on your own. So as we finalize the PIB, by preserving the commitment that the country has made to investors, to indigenous producers, independent producers, IOCs, is all doing the same pocket. What you do is that you build credibility to attract further investment. I think that's where I leave it.
Thank you, Mr. Bayo Ojulari. We are running out of time. I hate to summarize, but I hear everybody here very loud and clear in my simple way. I think it's important to say that the government seems to be concerned. The investors seem to be concerned. I want to believe that the position of the lawmakers also align with that, with that vibration. Those driving the policy are concerned. The other government agency that should look at the potential of a very massive project in terms of marine transport is also concerned. And everybody has said what their concerns are. My worry is how we meet all of these concerns together. Interestingly and happily, the Minister of State for Petroleum is here. He has accepted to lead the charge and drive the process. I know him, he will do that. He's got his able lieutenant to his left and a poster child to the right, Mr. Atta. He'll continue in terms of leading what we want to see in LNG. That's the end of this session. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, members of the panel. Thank you for your contribution. CEO, COO, Justice, MPA, Mr. Ojulari, thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, thank you so very much. Just remain seated for just a few minutes as I welcome back the Honorable Minister of State for a quick wrap-up. Your Excellency, sir. By the way, he's here the whole day today, so after this, we'll go on a break, and when we come back from that break, we'll continue. He's here the whole day, taking in and sharing as well. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Standing still on existing protocols, I must say it's been a very enlightening day for me. I've learned a lot from the experts. But from all that has been said, something is clear. One thing is very clear, that as a country, we went in the wrong direction in the oil and gas business since 1950, since the 1950s. But it's not too late. From all that has been said, as usual, we try to trade blames. Who was responsible? Some will say from the government side that the investors decided to focus on oil, and where they found gas, they shut it in and concentrated on developing gas. So that sector was not explored adequately. Then from the investor side, they will say, oh, the fiscal framework was not there to enable the development of investments in the gas sector. But today I want to also say that the solution to all this is in sight, and that solution is the PIB. The PIB we have been told the National Assembly has confirmed to us their commitment, and they've shown commitment that the PIB will be passed in April, hopefully. If not April, I'm sure that in a few months from now, the PIB will be passed. And then all this blame game, hopefully, will end. And one of the things I worry about with the PIB is that, yes, as government, we've bent over backwards on a lot of provisions in the PIB in our engagement with investors. But we worry about this on the government side. Yes, we bend over backwards, but is that going to attract the investments into Nigeria? In spite of the fact that we bend over backwards, are the investors ready to invest? Because a situation where, for example, a company, I don't want to mention the name, although I'm very tempted to, because the CEO is looking at me. A company will decide to invest $15 billion in a challenged environment, in an LNG project in Mozambique, just as challenged as Nigeria, more or less, and will be stalling on an investment in Nigeria where he is not actually spending any money because most of it is from debt. You know, those are the concerns we have too. We must see commitment from our investors that when we bend over backwards, they will also be bending over backwards and encouraging us to invest. And that is really the meeting point that we need. And that meeting point, I believe, will give us a PIB that is going to ensure the growth of this sector in Nigeria. The growth of the gas sector is inevitable in Nigeria because now even global developments point to the fact that we must begin to pay more attention. I mean, with the global attention, the race to renewables, tell us that we must move away from oil and concentrate on gas. So we are very ready, I must say, and I believe that we will achieve that. To round up, I would like to especially thank the panelists for a very great job. I think you did a great job at enlightening me personally. Please give them another round of applause. Having said that, I would like to just leave you with a few points that I think we can take home from all the discussions today. I want to assure you that the passage of the PIB is utmost to us, and we are happy with the cooperation given by the National Assembly, prioritizing the passage of the PIB, which will be a succor to all of us. Also, gas pricing is one of the things that we know also will enable this sector. And we are actually doing everything to ensure appropriate pricing of gas so that it will enable the growth of this sector. I will also tell you that NNPC will be charged to conclude project development agreement with PSC contractors within 2 months so as to unlock PSC gas to the domestic market. Also, in spite of global shift to renewables, Nigeria will continue to rely on natural gas as transition fuel for grid power generation while pursuing renewables for peak shaving and off-grid power. We will conclude review of the gas master plan to accommodate current realities, and we shall continue to support decarbonization efforts and energy substitution. Having said that, very soon I hope that I'll be inviting all of you to the groundbreaking of Train 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Chief Timi Silva. Okay, so please, you can now just rise for a quick group photograph for your session. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a break, a short break. Those of you online, when we rise for this break, we will reconvene at 13:23. 23 minutes after 1 p.m. is when we will return from this break to continue. I assure you, His Excellency Chief Silva, who is with us in the room the whole day. The keynote for the next plenary will be taken by a former GED Gas and Power and currently special advisor to the Honorable Minister of State on gas matters, Engineer Saidu Mohammed. And of course, a rich panel, again, we have of speakers. You don't want to miss out on that session and indeed subsequent sessions until the very close of these one-day gas development program. Now, when we rise for this session, we all have to exit in an orderly fashion still to maintain the protocol. Please, I ask very kindly, beginning from the minister's table, we will exit through our signified exit point to the lunch area, for those of us in the hall. Now, those of you at home, any lunch you eat today is sponsored by Nigeria LNG. Just keep that in mind, right? So please, let's do that in an orderly fashion. We have very little time. I beg us, sirs and ma'as. We can start exiting. The minister's table is not ready. Where are my ushers? Please take the first table, take the first table closest to the exit, where Justice Derefaka is. Take that table, and in that order, please. No, the very first table. Every other person remain seated until we get to you. Please begin from the very first table closest to the exit. Usher them to lunch in that order. Let's go for lunch. 23 minutes after 1, we will reconvene. Now, for those of you online, it's important for you to seize this opportunity to engage with our platform. I told you, you are also on a round table. Locate, if the table where you are, you don't want to have a conversation with anyone on that table, locate the table that has the people that you want to interact with. Remember, you can see their pictures and their names. You can also have a live video interaction. Now, for those of you online, you can start engaging right now with that live feed interaction. You can start engaging right now. Those of you online, yes, I am seeing it. I'm seeing the portal right now. I'm sure you are all seeing it. Interact with the portal. Yes, go ahead. I see some interactions going on. Go ahead, interact, network, speak with one another. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the room, can you please proceed as the ushers are guiding you towards the exit to the lunch area? We can continue conversations over there. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. Please, can we proceed? And do take care of your personal belongings.
Tell the federal government of Nigeria and our great people, I would like to personally welcome you to attend the 4th annual Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, an official oil and gas meeting of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which will now take place in Abuja from 6th to 10th June 2021. We have had to reconsider the dates in light of the current global pandemic. With the full backing of the federal government of Nigeria, NIPS has over the years evolved into a must-attend industry meeting for top decision makers, industry leaders, and all stakeholders. While the last year has been a challenging year for the oil and gas industry due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the crisis also provides us with the opportunity to redefine our industry for transformative moments. Let us all, therefore, come together under the platform of NIPS 2021 in our quest to return to the attractive industry performance of the past years. I thank you and look forward to personally receiving you in Abuja in June 6th to 10th, 2021 for another historic edition of Nigeria International Petroleum Summit.
Thank you all for making our time out of your already busy schedules to join us today for the Nigeria International Petroleum Conference Prelude event, the Decade of Gas. This event is organized by the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources
meeting of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which will now take place in Abuja from 6th to 10th June 2021. We have had to reconsider the dates in light of the current global pandemic. With the full backing of the federal government of Nigeria, NIPS has over the years evolved into a must-attend industry meeting for top decision makers, industry leaders, and all stakeholders. While the last year has been a challenging year for the oil and gas industry due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the crisis also provides us with the opportunity to redefine our industry for transformative moments. Let us all, therefore, come together under the platform of NIPS 2021 in our quest to return to the attractive industry performance of the past years. I thank you and look forward to personally receiving you in Abuja in June 6th to 10th, 2021 for another historic edition of Nigeria International Petroleum Summit.
Thank you all for making our time out of your already busy schedules to join us today for the Nigeria International Petroleum Conference Prelude event, the Decade of Gas. This event is organized by the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, sponsored by NLNG and produced by Brevity Anderson. During these unprecedented times, yours and our staff's health and safety remain our primary concern. This is the reason why we have put in place strict COVID-19 protocols to keep everybody safe. You will be glad to know that we have sanitized the venue prior to your arrival with some of the most advanced technologies available. As you walked through the door, you would have had your temperature checked. The event will be as contactless as possible. Needless to say, you should put on your face mask covering over your entire nose and mouth. You must socially distance at all times. You're advised to maintain a gap of at least 2 meters. Many of us in this room have not seen each other since the lockdown began. So it is possible to get a little bit excitable today, maybe even emotional. However, please remember that it is our responsibility to keep both yourself and others safe. So, please avoid the temptation to shake hands. A gentle fist bump will do. Better still, a virtual high five will be perfect. Please do not hug each other. As for kissing, don't even dream about it. We have hand sanitizers located all over the place to enable you constantly sanitize your hands. We have also placed individual wipes on or by your seats, along with a bottle of water to keep you hydrated. Throughout the event, we will operate a one-way system of traffic flow. Please follow the signs. Entry and exit points are clearly marked. We have a team of nurses and doctors on standby. We also have an on-site clinic and ambulances in place should you need one. If you suddenly take ill while here or need an assistance, please let one of our health and safety marshals know as soon as possible. Our health and safety marshals are trained first aiders. They are also here to keep us safe and enforce our COVID-19 protocols. If you are found in violation, they have the authorization of our Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources to respectfully remind you of your duties. A persistent violation may lead to you being removed. Well, not exactly in that manner, but you will be asked to leave the venue in the interest of yours and everybody else's safety. Once more, thank you very much for coming. We're delighted you made it, and we wish you a safe and delightful conference.
On behalf of myself, the federal government of Nigeria, and our great people, I would like to personally welcome you to attend the 4th Annual Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, an official oil and gas meeting of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which will now take place in Abuja from 6th to 10th June 2021. We have had to reconsider the dates in light of the current global pandemic. With the full backing of the federal government of Nigeria, NIPS has over the years evolved into a must-attend industry meeting for top decision makers, industry leaders, and all stakeholders. While the last year has been a challenging year for the oil and gas industry due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the crisis also provides us with the opportunity to redefine our industry for transformative moments. Let us all, therefore, come together under the platform of NIPS 2021 in our quest to return to the attractive industry performance of the past years. I thank you and look forward to personally receiving you in Abuja in June 6 to 10, 2021 for another historic edition of Nigeria International Petroleum Summit.
Thank you all for making our time out of your already busy schedules to join us today for the Nigeria International Petroleum Conference Prelude event, the Decade of Gas. This event is organized by the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, sponsored by NLNG and produced by Brevity Anderson. During these unprecedented times, yours and our staff's health and safety remain our primary concern. This is the reason why we have put in place strict COVID-19 protocols to keep everybody safe. You will be glad to know that we have sanitized the venue prior to your arrival with some of the most advanced technologies available. As you walked through the door, you would have had your temperature checked. The event will be as contactless as possible. Needless to say, you should put on your face mask covering over your entire nose and mouth. You must socially distance at all times. You're advised to maintain a gap of at least 2 meters. Many of us in this room have not seen each other since the lockdown began. So it is possible to get a little bit excitable today, maybe even emotional. However, please remember that it is our responsibility to keep both yourself and others safe. So, please avoid the temptation to shake hands. A gentle fist bump will do. Better still, a virtual high five will be perfect. Please do not hug each other. As for kissing, don't even dream about it. We have hand sanitizers located all over the place to enable you constantly sanitize your hands. We have also placed individual wipes on or by your seats, along with a bottle of water to keep you hydrated. Throughout the event, we will operate a one-way system of traffic flow. Please follow the signs. Entry and exit points are clearly marked. We have a team of nurses and doctors on standby. We also have an on-site clinic and ambulances in place should you need one. If you suddenly take ill while here or need an assistance, please let one of our health and safety marshals know as soon as possible. Our health and safety marshals are trained first aiders. They are also here to keep us safe and enforce our COVID-19 protocols. If you are found in violation, they have the authorization of our Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources to respectfully remind you of your duties. A persistent violation may lead to you being removed. Well, not exactly in that manner, but you will be asked to leave the venue in the interest of yours and everybody else's safety. Once more, thank you very much for coming. We're delighted you made it, and we wish you a safe and delightful conference.
On behalf of myself, the federal government of Nigeria, and our great people, I would like to personally welcome you to attend the 4th Annual Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, an official oil and gas meeting of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which will now take place in Abuja from 6th to 10th June 2021. We have had to reconsider the dates in light of the current global pandemic. With the full backing of the federal government of Nigeria, NIPS has over the years evolved into a must-attend industry meeting for top decision makers, industry leaders, and all stakeholders. While the last year has been a challenging year for the oil and gas industry due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the crisis also provides us with the opportunity to redefine our industry for transformative moments. Let us all, therefore, come together under the platform of NIPS 2021 in our quest to return to the attractive industry performance of the past years. I thank you and look forward to personally receiving you in Abuja in June 6 to 10, 2021 for another historic edition of Nigeria International Petroleum Summit.
Thank you all for making our time out of your already busy schedules to join us today for the Nigeria International Petroleum Conference Prelude event, the Decade of Gas.
I didn't say stop it, though.
Sponsored by NLNG and produced by Brevity Anderson. During these unprecedented times, yours and our staff's health and safety remain our primary concern. This is the reason why we have put in place strict COVID-19 protocols to keep everybody safe. You will be glad to know that we have sanitized the venue prior to your arrival with some of the most advanced technologies available. As you walked through the door, you would have had your temperature checked. The event will be as contactless as possible. Needless to say, you should put on your face mask covering over your entire nose and mouth. You must socially distance at all times. You're advised to maintain a gap of at least 2 meters. Many of us in this room have not seen each other since the lockdown began. So it is possible to get a little bit excitable today, maybe even emotional. However, please remember that it is our responsibility to keep both yourself and others safe. So, please avoid the temptation to shake hands. A gentle fist bump will do. Better still, a virtual high five will be perfect. Please do not hug each other. As for kissing, don't even dream about it. We have hand sanitizers located all over the place to enable you constantly sanitize your hands. We have also placed individual wipes on or by your seats, along with a bottle of water to keep you hydrated. Throughout the event, we will operate a one-way system of traffic flow. Please follow the signs. Entry and exit points are clearly marked. We have a team of nurses and doctors on standby. We also have an on-site clinic and ambulances in place should you need one. If you suddenly take ill while here or need an assistance, please let one of our health and safety marshals know as soon as possible. Our health and safety marshals are trained first aiders. They are also here to keep us safe and enforce our COVID-19 protocols. If you are found in violation, they have the authorization of our Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources to respectfully remind you of your duties. A persistent violation may lead to you being removed. Well, not exactly in that manner, but you will be asked to leave the venue in the interest of yours and everybody else's safety. Once more, thank you very much for coming. We're delighted you made it and we wish you a safe and delightful conference.
On behalf of myself, the federal government of Nigeria, and our great people, I would like to personally welcome you to attend the 4th Annual Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, an official oil and gas meeting of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which will now take place in Abuja from 6th to 10th June 2021. We have had to reconsider the dates in light of the current global pandemic. With the full backing of the federal government of Nigeria, NIPS has over the years evolved into a must-attend industry meeting for top decision makers, industry leaders, and all stakeholders. While the last year has been a challenging year for the oil and gas
Please,
industry,
can the ushers go
due
to the
impact
dining
of
area and the mezzanine and tell the
COVID-19
delegates to come back
the
into the room?
crisis
Let's get the
also
event started.
provides us
I have
with the
about
opportunity
500 people online.
to redefine our industry for transformative
Please
moments.
get the
Let us
delegates,
all,
the
therefore,
attendees in the
come
hall into
together
the
under
room.
the platform of NIPS
I have 500 plus delegates
2021
online right now.
in our
I
quest to
need to
return
get
to
them
the attractive industry
engaged
performance
with this session,
of the
please.
past years. I thank you and look forward to personally receiving you in Abuja in June 6 to 10, 2021 for another historic edition of Nigeria International Petroleum Summit.
Thank you all for making our time out of your already busy schedules to join us today for the Nigeria International Petroleum Conference Prelude event, the Decade of Gas. This event is organized by the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, sponsored by NLNG and produced by Brevity Anderson. During these unprecedented times, yours and our staff's health and safety remain our primary concern. This is the reason why we have put in place strict COVID-19 protocols to keep everybody safe. You will be glad to know that we have sanitized the venue prior to your arrival with some of the most advanced technologies available. As you walked through the door, you would have had your temperature checked. The event will be as contactless as possible. Needless to say, you should put on your face mask covering over your entire nose and mouth. You must socially distance at all times. You're advised to maintain a gap of at least 2 meters. Many of us in this room have not seen each other since the lockdown began. So it is possible to get a little bit excitable today, maybe even emotional. However, please remember that it is our responsibility to keep both yourself and others safe. So, please avoid the temptation to shake hands. A gentle fist bump will do. Better still, a virtual high five will be perfect. Please do not hug each other. As for kissing, don't even dream about it. We have hand sanitizers located all over the place to enable you constantly sanitize your hands. We have also placed individual wipes on or by your seats, along with a bottle of water to keep you hydrated. Throughout the event, we will operate a one-way system of traffic flow. Please follow the signs. Entry and exit points are clearly marked. We have a team of nurses and doctors on standby. We also have an on-site clinic and ambulances in place, should you need one. If you suddenly take ill while here or need an assistance, please let one of our health and safety marshals know as soon as possible. Our health and safety marshals are trained first aiders. They are also here to keep us safe and enforce our COVID-19 protocols. If you are found in violation, they have the authorization of our Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources to respectfully remind you of your duties. A persistent violation may lead to you being removed. Well, not exactly in that manner, but you will be asked to leave the venue in the interest of yours and everybody else's safety. Once more, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. So we will get into, because of the benefit of those that are online, over 500 of them right now. Those who are coming from lunch here will join us. We're going to go into this plenary session. We're zeroing in on Nigeria's gas reserves and infrastructure, preparing for the next decade. But before that, the enormous economic contribution of the oil and gas to many global markets makes its future of critical importance. This session will consider the decade gone and the future of gas industry and the profound opportunities and challenges that it faces. As I said earlier, we will have this keynote presentation. After the keynote presentation, we will then move over to the panel conversations. And without much ado, I want to thank those of you online for your timely return from the break. I hope you did sufficient or enough networking in the time we went on this break. The portal is interactive, is engaging. It offers you the opportunity to switch tables, do live video interactions and voice interactions beyond just chatting. I hope you've leveraged on this networking opportunity. I'm hoping you will do some more when we go on our next break. And for those who are asking for the presentations. 72 hours after the event, the presentations will be uploaded on the portal where you registered for this event. So you go back there 72 hours after and gain access to all of the presentations that has been delivered and will be delivered. Speaking of presentations, let's now get into the very first one for this second plenary session. And I welcome the current representative of Nigeria to the Gas Exporting Countries Forum and the current president of the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers, special advisor as well to the Honorable Minister of State of Petroleum Resources on gas matters. Please welcome Engineer Saidu Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Richmond, the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, our Permanent Secretary. Let me not forget our great host, who are just giving us a good lunch, the MD of NLNG, of course with his boss, the country chair of Shell. Our Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content. Let me, at this point, stand on the existing protocol that has already been established and say mine is an impromptu invitation. I understand that the person who was supposed to give a keynote address is unavoidably not with us. But then, being a gas matter, really, and a gas decade, one will thank the organizers for thinking, asking me to come and make at least a 2-minute remark. For me, the journey has been long, but the saying always goes, better late than never. We have been talking about gas for the very past 45, 50 years, if I would say, because gas has been talked about the moment oil was discovered, at the moment we started producing oil. That's the time we started talking about Nigeria, and I've been talking about LNG, talking about how we can export the gas and how we can use it. And of course, we have gone through developmental issues, dating back even before the days of the Civil War. The first gas to be sent to a power plant was then done by Shell BP. We must thank the founders of that company for thinking it really good at that time to set the path for us, meaning that as far back as 1966, we knew that gas has to power this nation. But unfortunately, till today, we have not gotten it right. A lot has been said, but for me, really, sitting down on this gas reserve that we have today, we have to continue on the two-way journey. One is to see us generating a vibrant domestic gas industry, and at the same time, we have to balance with the exports, because we need also to earn from that resource that has been given to us. On the export side, it's fairly simple. We have seen Nigerian energy, we have seen the success. So what we should be talking about is Trains 8 and 9. And when we are going to do Trains 8 and 9, we have to think outside the box. How can we do it fast? One may think a decade is long, but it's only 10 years. Planning Train 7 alone took us how many years to FID? And when we look at that from that background, we should be able to move fast. And one of the critical issues that has been bedeviling our decision to invest has always been pre-FID matters. What do we do to facilitate FID? A lot of sacrifice has to be made by government on this side, because for me, the next decade we should be looking at as a decade of gas, in the sense that we are going to make sure gas propels the various economic sectors of this nation. It's not about earning money from the gas. So the expectations of government by royalties and taxes must be relaxed to attract this investment, particularly in the initial 5 years of the decade. Then we can see it all rolling. Again, the other side of the export is for us to stop looking at taking the gas as it is. We have to add value to it and make sure that we now become a hub, a net exporter of things like methanol, urea, and the rest of them, and petrochemicals, certainly. So that is where we should be looking at in the next, what can we do? How can we strategize to make sure that this happens within the next few years? Then on the domestic market, that is where you have a log of issues. It looks so simple. It looks like just provide the infrastructure and everything is done. No. Today, there is no power plant that is not connected to a gas pipeline. But yet, if you look at the power report today, you will still see many power plants talking about, I don't have gas, I don't have gas. So the question is, where the gas? The gas is there. But what will make it available to the power plant is what is lacking. And a lot have been said this morning about contracts. If we don't prioritize and make our contracts operational, if we don't get the gas sector shielded away from the power sector issues, we'll continue to be like this. Gas is not in the same value chain as power. But then we need gas, we need the power plants to propel the development of the local domestic market. Because the few industries can never justify the investment in a power plant, in a pipeline. Certainly we need the power plants. So all these issues must be looked at in the domestic market to make sure that yes, we move on to where we want to be. 10 years is not far, like I said, but I'm sure under the steership of the Honorable Minister, certainly things are going to be moving faster. It's not that we don't know what to do, but then the speed has always been an issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Saidu Mohammed, Nigeria's representative to the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, for that keynote. One thing is certain, sir. I'm sure if you are told 30 seconds to the start of an event to talk about gas, that's all you need. Just the mention, you would do justice to it. Thank you very much, sir. Can you please give him another round of applause? Thank you, sir. Okay, so to the business of the session now we would go. Okay, so I'd like to bring up now the members of the panel. Let me begin by welcoming the Managing Director of Nigerian Gas Company, Mr. Sheyi Omotowa. Sheyi, you're welcome. Sheyi is on the panel. Okay, so let me flip my order a little bit this time and go to my moderator. Let me invite my moderator. And as I invite you, sir, please take your time while I bring all the others to join you. Take your time to get on stage while I bring the others to join you. The resilient Chief Executive Officer of Seplat Petroleum Development Company, PLC. Welcome, Mr. Roger Brown. He's our moderator for this session. Take your time, sir. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Many a man would say they had a small strain and then they would stay back. But he had a very bad strain this morning and decided that he must continue to do this. I think he deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, on the panel as well is the President, NLGPA. Welcome, Mr. Nuhu Yakubu. You're welcome, sir. He's on the panel. Chief Executive Officer of Gas Invest is also on the panel. Dr. David Ige, we welcome you. Chief Executive Officer, Mercy Port Group, Rita James. Ma'am, we welcome you. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the panel set and ready to have the conversations, I will yield the platform now to our moderator, Mr. Roger Brown. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. and I'll stand on existing protocols. Let me just start off by saying I think we've got a fantastic panel ahead of ourselves. We've got a great balance between government views, quasi-government, David, if I put you in that category because you worked in both, and then we have private sector. So I think we can have a very strong conversation today. So we have Jay from NGC, our partner, SEPLAT's partner in AGPC. We have David Ige, who is the CEO of Gas Invest, Rita James, the CEO of Emergency Port, and Nkichi Obi, who's the CEO of Technoil. So let me just start off this session by asking Shay, can I go with you first? NGC plays an enormous part in this sector, being the driver of gas in the country, with the infrastructure for development, and also developing a gas market. So you play both a developer and you play a government, quasi-government play around that. So can you just, my first question for you is, let's just talk about some of the challenges of delivering both gas expansion. So half your job is delivering gas expansion, and then the other half is running existing gas network. So maybe if you can deal with that with the first question. And then the second question for you will be, how will the market and government balance gas pricing going forward? How do you ensure that new entrants come into the market and encourage to invest? There's some enormous gas expansion going forward. Billions upon billions of dollars needs to be invested. So how do we ensure that this happens through the pricing and raising funding for such a vast expansion? So over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Walter. For the first question, you talked about the challenges being NGC in terms of delivering on the infrastructures. There are quite a lot of challenges in terms of funding, very critical to support the backbone infrastructure projects. Government is limited in terms of amount of funding available, and that's why you see we go into sourcing of third-party financing. For the AKK, for example, we are looking at a third-party external funding for it because there's just so much money that is available to government to appropriate for projects. Some of the projects had earlier been done by appropriation, ELPS and OB3, and the AKK and other major projects are going to be looked at. As NGC, we are both in operations, and we are both also doing the critical infrastructure. So there's operational issues, challenges. We're having a pipeline network across the country. We're across 11 states at the moment. So you can see the vastness in terms of the outreach of our pipelines, our metering stations. Our partnership with you on ANO is also one of the partnerships we are doing for processing. So it's a vast area, a lot of challenges, gas supply. NGC is just a transporter of gas. We have a sister company that does the marketing. NGMC does those gas sales arrangements, but we are just a transporter and also into some processing. So issues around funding, issues around gas supply constraints. At the moment, we have about 4.4 BCF capacity of infrastructure in the country from the ERBs, the Oben Geregu line, and the Eastern Network. The Eastern network is at the moment a bit quiet, unlike the Western side of the country. And so those are challenges. We have challenges in terms of legacy debt from power. Is also an issue. Agreements, people maintaining the contractual agreements is a challenge. Also, infrastructure, power, for example, is critical stakeholder for us. They take about 60% of our offtake, but they're also a large debtor. So it's a big challenge how to balance in between supplying gas for critical power supply to the country and also being able to do our operations. So a lot of challenges. Security is a big challenge. Community unrest. We need to manage our hosts. So we're in a myriad of, of challenges, but in it all, we're doing our best to continue. Thank you. So on your second question, I think it regards, can you give me the second question clearly?
So there's enormous investment
Yes.
In this sector. There are people in the sector, entrants in the sector.
Okay.
But in order to meet all the investment, we're going to need to see new entrants coming in?
Yes.
Okay.
So for new entrants, I think we have the network code enforced now. It gives open access for entrants into our network. So the gas pricing, just like we said, is an issue that also the tariffs of transportation as part of what is being reviewed in the sectional pricing. So for the opportunities are there for entrants to come in to participate in the evacuation of gas to the off-takers, and also opportunities in terms of processing. So these are largely opportunities that are available, are more enabled with the network code now.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to that. But let me just start the next question with David. David, you have, I think you've been in the private sector, you've been in Shell, you've been in Accenture, you've been the GD Gas and Power, you've been in at the start of the Gas Master Plan. So you've seen a lot from both sides. My question to you first is, I think you're perfectly placed to talk about private-public partnerships. Can I ask the first question for you to look back over the last 10, 15, even 20 years, and just reflect on progress of what's been happening over those 10, 20 years, and sort of set the scene for my next question, which is, you've got a crystal ball in front of you now, and with your vast experience, you're going to tell us what that crystal ball tells you for the next 10 years. So we have extremely ambitious growth plans as a country. We can achieve it, but how are we going to achieve it?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me. I guess let me start with the first question, which takes a look back over the last sort of 15, 20 years, where gas was at that time and where we are now. Looking back, it appears that the progress is slow, but typically these kinds of things, developing a gas market takes time, as we're finding out. I think probably at the beginning, we're a bit ambitious in terms of what's possible in a particular time frame. About 15 years ago, the gas market was 300 million cubic feet per day production-wise in the domestic market, and about 3 BCF or thereabout in the export market. Over that period of time, we have achieved a few things. The first one is the migration of pricing from what was about 10 cents in the Nigerian domestic market at that time to what is roughly $2.50, $3 now, which is approaching export parity. I think that has been a very big improvement, although there's still some concerns about pricing, but we've come a long way as a gas market. There's been significant investment by the government of Nigeria in infrastructure. I remember for close to 5 to 10 years, there was a consistent $500 million allocation for gas infrastructure, which was very, very persistent by the government. And that's what led to things like the OB3, the ELPS expansion, and so on. So we have achieved, like Saidu said earlier, connectivity. Pretty much all the power plants in the country are connected to gas pipelines. We're hopefully going to get a connection east to west and so on. So all that's there. The network code also begins to be operationalized, and a range of other things. So we have, in one way, we have attained the jump-starting of a domestic market. But the observation is this: 300 million 15 years ago, it grew rapidly to 1.5 BCF, 1.6 BCF in about 10 years. But for the last 4 or 5 years, we've stagnated at about 1.5, 1.6 BCF. We're almost in a kind of unstable equilibrium. I say equilibrium in the sense that the current situation, even though it's not ideal, is about the limit or capacity of the market as the market can absorb, basically. And so the question is, what then do we need to do over the next 10 years, looking forward, having achieved all that we have achieved so far? You know, so much is changing as we speak. The gas market for us is facing severe competition from renewables. And I know that in some comments earlier today, we have acknowledged renewables, but we have downplayed it. I think that there might be a danger in that. The advancement in battery technologies and so on means that the power sector may be faced with a significant encroachment of renewables in there, which is actually has an impact on gas to power. So that's one thing we need to bear in mind. The second one really is also when we talk about gas-based industries, gas to chemicals and so on and so forth. That seems to be one area where renewables cannot compete with gas. So it's almost an exclusive area for gas. But at the same time, you should bear in mind that almost all our competitors in the world who have gas are also seeing the same thing. So they're also looking at the gas to chemical space. And so there is a fight for market share, which I'm hoping that this kind of Decade of Gas initiative hopefully will allow us to refocus our efforts on what it means to play in the gas to chemical space. Because the people we are competing with are not starting where we are starting from. If you take Saudi Arabia, for example, they have a very established gas-based industrialization frame. If you look at Iran, Trinidad and Tobago, and so on. We were in China about a year ago with the Delta State governor trying to talk to investors in gas-based industries, basically. And we found out that despite the fact that we offered a lot of interesting things about gas in Nigeria, we were just not competitive enough for the people who we were talking to. They found Iran and Russia a bit more competitive than we were, basically. So basically, if we're looking over the next 10 years and the Decade of Gas, we need to refocus very strongly on the gas-based, gas to chemicals area. Also in manufacturing, I'm thinking that we need to expand our horizon. And I'm hoping that a conference such as this will be able to make a very bold statement. Look at the African Continental Trade Agreement that is coming on now. There's no reason why we cannot be the manufacturing hub for Africa for energy-intensive industries like ceramics, glass, rubber, and so on and so forth. So as we look over the next 10 years, I'm hoping that we can make a very bold statement that positions us manufacturing-wise for things like energy-intensive industries located in Nigeria. And of course, the Honorable Minister has made a big splash in the area of auto gas as well, which is a new area for us. So if you ask what's the future like, summarizing, I think that we are attained unstable equilibrium now. For us to move to equilibrium, we need to address all the market issues. Market is not just about supply. I think it is more about stimulating demand. And I've talked about those 4 areas of demand that I think we need to stimulate. But in addition to that is the governance of the market and the regulation of the market all the issues that have to do with PIB. And the third thing, of course, would then be the supply, which has to do more with the fiscals going forward. So I think that those will be my prognosis for the next 10 years in terms of areas of focus as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, we might come back to that in a bit more detail. So let me turn to Rita. Hi, Rita. You started Mercyport Resources, I guess, what, 13, 14 years ago, something like that?
Yes.
So you'll have seen the downstream sector as it expands, and now you can see you're pretty active in LPG and expanding that. So let me just, the first question is, when I talk to people in Nigeria, people love cooking with firewood, you know, and of course the implications of this, deforestation, everything else. So how confident are you that we'll encourage people to go off firewood and go into LPG for cooking domestic uses? So how big will that market, in your view, become, and how will you deliver it in expansion? What incentives do you potentially need? You've got a sort of quite a great reception in front of you. What do you need as incentives to develop that? And then the next question for you then is you know, will we become like Egypt, North Africa? Are we really going to get that scale? And therefore, in doing that, how do you see yourself playing with the upstream? So how does the upstream come together with the downstream to deliver that expansion?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to first of all appreciate our Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum for this amazing opportunity under the leadership of our President Muhammadu Buhari. My firm belief is that there are so many incentives to give to the people for them to move from where they are to where we want them to be. And I want to say that declaring this decade as a decade of gas is very laudable, because a lot of economies have already experienced gas and they're about to move to the next stage, to the next phase. So we are, you know, like they say when we're children, fire on the mountain, run, run, run. We have to run, we have to move fast, we have to execute at this time. Okay, so the first question is, the LPG sector, from the records we have, last year was 1 million metric tons. Yeah, that's an improvement of what was, but that is a far cry from where we should be. Because if you multiply that by 1,000, that's about 1 billion kg. And if you divide that by an average family of that uses about 12.5 kg a month and a year, so that means the whole LPG market was only serviced 7 million families. That is about 5% of the entire nation as a whole, because if we're working with a number of 200 million people. And like you asked me, is there an incentive or is there any likelihood of people moving to LPG? Yes, there is. Even where we locate our plants are basically where there are, the rural areas, closer to the rural areas, because our company, we are green energy, enthusiasts. We really talk about, we prefer cleaner fuels. We drive our business, we're hoping to drive our business in the coming years through cleaner fuels. So what we've seen is many of these people don't understand the benefits of LPG. They don't know the disservice they are doing to themselves using fossil fuels to cook. So how are we driving? How are we taking this message to the common man? For example, when we call them together, apart from, I don't see LPG as just a business to make money. We see it also as a service to our nation, because the more you take people out of fossil fuels, the better our environment is going to be. And an environment that has been affected negatively by fossil fuels or by carbon or by particulates, which contain carcinogenic materials that cause cancer, is also expensive for the government. So no matter the money they make from exporting LNG, they will still come back to spend it on the average or the common man. So what we do is we also do like we do trainings, we do a lot of seminars, small seminars, and they're interested. One of the major problems they had is the cylinders. They felt that cylinders were too expensive to get at the time. So what we do to encourage them is to give them free cylinders as much as we can afford. But another thing I would say is the fact that we all think that LPG is available. But I always say, there's something I always say, if it is not affordable, it is not available. You can pass by an apple tree, for example, and the fruits are hanging up there. You need to pay the price. You need to use a ladder to climb up to pick the fruit. So that's the same thing in the LPG sector. We want the common man to use LPG. You want everybody to use LPG, but it's not available for them because it's not affordable for them. And we must drive this LPG because from what I can see, even in environment, even natural, even just walking now, you find out that the weather is hotter now in Nigeria than it used to be. Even in Lagos, very soon, the ACs you don't feel the ACs working like they used to work years ago because the temperatures are rising higher and higher. So we have, the onus is on us. We have to drive it to the common man. We have to drive it down there. They have to benefit from it. I read a book by a man called C.K. Pralahad, The Value at the Bottom of the Pyramid, The Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid. And I think we are not, as a nation, we don't understand much, we don't know the value we can drive from there. If just 7 million families used 1 million tons from my analysis of LPG in 2020, imagine if we can get 10 times that. That's a huge profit. That's a huge profit. For 7 million families, if you analyze it properly, we own gas plants, we know the amount of LPG people use. And I'm saying 7 million, I'm just being conservative. I don't think it will be up to that because some of them, some companies buy, some hotels buy. Okay, so if I will only be able to meet 7 million families. We're a far cry from there. Can we also look into the fortune at the bottom of the pyramid? Can we look at the fortune down there, where we're able to get more people to use LPG? So that's one of it. Sorry, you asked another question.
It's just the interplay between the upstream and the downstream and how they can interact better.
Okay. I would, it's my case studies, I studied Australia. I made some studies about Australia, and I found out that some of their their processing plants that produce LPG have partnerships with distributor plants. They have those direct partnerships. So it makes it, because that means they are able to get to the common man within a shorter period of time. There's no long list of people, there's no long line of protocols to get to the other people that need this LPG. So from my study of Australia, they have plants that partner with plant owners and are able to, they're able to get faster to them. That reduces the cost, to the owner, to the plant owners, to the distributors, which in turn reduces the cost and makes it more available and makes it more interesting for the common man. So if someone is going to leave firewood for gas, what is the benefit? If they understand the health benefits, from what I can see, from the seminars we've had, from the talks we've had, people are interested. If they can have access to cylinders, if they can have access to affordable LPG, then the movement is going to be faster. So from the upstream, we can do that with those kind of partnerships can exist in Nigeria, where we pick gas plant owners or people that have large market and be able to partner with them and find means to directly send to them. Another thing I find is transportation, the cost of transportation. So I know there are lots of plants coming up in Nigeria, but Australia, a nation of 25 million, they have over 1,000 LPG distribution points. So I think what we also need to do is increase the partners of the upstream partners can also partner with those that relate with the end users directly to increase their number of plants and their number of distribution points. If this is working in Australia, it will surely work in Nigeria. Impossible is nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much on that one. Okay, let me just turn to our last panelist. And first of all, apologies. There was a last minute substitution in there. So let me just introduce you, Anitu Yukubu, and who's the president of the Nigerian LPG Association. And I guess you're wearing two hats because you've also the MD of Banner Gas Limited. So let's just probe a little bit deeper. I mean, you've got a lot of association members. So let's probe a little bit detail around the LPG Association and how you see that expanding, how that's expanded over the years, how it's going to expand into the future. And then I'd really want to sort of probe a little bit around CNG, LPG, that market, how that expands, how we get into transport, so not just cooking and domestic uses, but actually the transport sector, because of course the transport sector is an enormous sector with buses and trucks and everything else. So maybe if you can indulge us and just run through how you see your association expanding and that whole market. And then maybe in that, you can just give us a bit of how Banner Gas is playing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. But can I indulge us a little bit by digressing first, okay? Not without reason. I need us to draw our attention to the few points David made earlier about us finding equilibrium. Kind of just had a flat growth in the last few years. But I must draw attention to the fact that it is indeed equilibrium, but it is a low level of equilibrium. It's not where we want to be. A lot of things need to change to up the game. The narrative today is transition energy from fossil fuel to renewable energy. And with that transition, we must understand also comes with, it flows with funding. So you're going to be seeing, today there are a lot of energy projects, gas projects that are held down because it's not so attractive anymore. And I did hear the Honorable Minister of State speak earlier about an investment that should have come to Nigeria that went somewhere in Africa. There are reasons why it is the way it is today. How is it that Nigeria, who has proven reserves of over 200 TCF and ranked 9th in the world, is equally ranked as the 28th producer of gas today? There's no correlation. There's something wrong somewhere. And we need to address that. And to address it is the policy issues we have in this country, policy inconsistencies. And speaking to policy consistency or non-convergence of policies will be, for example, what we have today where under the Economic Sustainability Plan, 25 million homes are being targeted for solar panels. How does that play well with gas development and grid power? See, I see some kind of competition there if we can't find convergence. So there's need for convergence. These discussions need to be had. And how do we break out of this low level equilibrium is that we need to do what other nations, industrialized nations have done. What nation in the world, pinpoint one to me that has industrialized itself by off-grid power? You can never industrialize yourself. We can't industrialize this country with off-grid. We have to take the gas issues seriously, gas and power issues seriously. Power especially because it's the biggest driver, it's the biggest demand driver for gas, so it needs to be taken very seriously. Issues of cost-reflective tariff and payment securitization and other issues that are holding down the power sector need to be addressed. Equally important is the need for us to trigger demand at what I call the last mile. We need to take the gas advocacy to the grassroots. We need to take gas advocacy to the agro-industrial sector. You know, mineral resources that we have. How do we use gas to improve productivity in our growing industries and our industrial bases? The lady who is frying gari, how can she apply gas to improve her gari production to become more productive? The gentleman who is scoring, who is hewing limestone in Oakville, how can gas be used to improve his productivity? So that last mile engagement needs to be had, and I'm happy that our engagement with some of the agents of government, including the NCDMB sitting here, I hope it's going to yield results. Also with the collaboration we're having with NGA, Mr. Obong, the collaboration between NLPG and NGA, I hope it's going to be yielding results. We're going to be calling on everybody. Now, so straight to your question. I'm sorry I have to digress. Then expansion is all about value, really. Expansion flows the value. The industry is expanding very fast. Welcome, madam, to the industry. So with value, with us, with what we're doing in the industry, advocacy we're projecting is attracting more people, more serious-minded players to the sector, also helping them to speak to the issues. We have regulatory issues. We're able to stand up to regulators and tell regulators the way it is, speak truth to them. We're able to speak to the safe use of gas, you know, sensitization, training, all right? That is what is attracting people, and with this attraction comes with expansion. So year in, year out, we're seeing quantum increment in improvement in our membership, all right, across board, across the entire value chain, from the production upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. Our membership strength is growing. Even the regulators are taking us more seriously now. So we have the Joint Working Committee of the SON, the DPR, and NLPGA, where we're able to sit down monthly and address the topical issues. The topical issues bedeviling the industry vis-a-vis safety, vis-a-vis training, because if there's no manpower training and development, how can you then be aspiring to grow your sector? Growth must come with human capital development. So these are the values that are encouraging more people to enlist within NLPGA as an association. And I'm also let you know that these collaborations with the DPR, with the SON and the industry stakeholders has enabled us to develop a document, for example, that we call the safety checklist. We're saying, can we self-regulate rather than wait for the regulator to come knock at your door first and pinpoint the issues and challenges with your facility, the unsafe practices, the unsafe standard operating procedures. With the checklist we have developed, it enables our members to self-regulate, self-check before a regulator comes knocking. Even when the regulator comes knocking, we've been able to address the fact that regulators first knock don't necessarily have to be shutting down the facility, because every asset in this country needs to sweat. Because of access to forex today is a big issue. So it doesn't serve this country that regulators will go and then shut facilities at the slightest provocation or the slightest issues. So first, address the issue of, okay, why are you defaulting? Can you improve? We'll give you these timelines to improve, and then we can come back, stuff like that. So that's that. I think I've spoken much about that. And then the other issue is CNG, LNG transportation. Oh yes, as we speak today, NNPC is currently engaged in autogas conversion. Incidentally, my company is at play with them. We have developed the largest network of autogas retail stations in Nigeria today, LPG autogas, okay? It's rather unfortunate that with all that investment we have put in place, there's not been a single money made on the autogas side in the last 13 years. But good thing, we trade the cooking gas, so that has helped to, mitigate. So there's a lot of room for transportation, or gas for transportation. And I ran my numbers before I came for this meeting. You can actually deliver propane for autogas use to Abuja, the middle of Nigeria, at 100 naira. At 100 naira, propane at the retail price, not even that pump price of propane can actually deliver at 100 naira. So between CNG, LPG, propane spec LPG for power generation, for autogas, it's very, very, very doable. It's really a function of the ease of deployment. I will argue in favor of LPG as ease for deployment because I wear that cap, okay, so I will speak about that first. But of course, the reasons are not far-fetched because of the engineering involvement, all right, in designing the LPG research systems is not as cumbersome as it is with CNG and LNG delivery systems, all right? So, but of course, there's also a robust room for CNG and LNG autogas, all right? And I'm sure a lot of players have expressed interest in that. And as we progress, I'm sure there's going to be a good mix of both propane spec LPG and CNG for autogas transportation in Nigeria. I'll rest that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so let's, I'm going to ask the next question for anyone on the panel who wants to take it, or maybe more than one wants to take it. So today we have, we estimate somewhere between 15 to 20 gigawatts of off-grid diesel generated power today. And it's probably been like that for years. It's an expensive form of electricity. So when we say Nigeria doesn't have electricity, it does. It just has very expensive, noisy, heavy greenhouse gas electricity. So the open question for the panel is, how do we get people off diesel generated power, off grid? How do we build the on-grid power? And do we use a carrot or a stick, or is it the combination of the two? So if we're looking forward from 5 to 10 years from now, we've got a massive population growth of, I think it's 30 million people every 5 years. So how do we get people off today of diesel generated off grid? Open question.
Okay, can I give it a shot? So today, my company, we own a 500 megawatt generation license at Ikalabasi. But we have not been able to achieve financial close for it because of the industry issues. What are the industry issues? Who is the sector is just not liquid. There's liquidity squeeze in the sector. Or why is there liquidity squeeze in the sector? Because there's no cost-reflective tariff. Once there's no cost-reflective tariff, then the gas suppliers suffer because the guy whose distribution company is not collecting enough to pay for his gas, for the Genco's gas supply commitment. So it's a value chain issue, all right, that needs to be fixed. And the way to fix it, in my view, will be, now, it is a wrong approach to hold on the entire industry because we believe a certain people cannot, a certain number or a certain population size cannot afford power. I think it is wrong approach. It has proven itself not to have been effective to date, and it needs to change, all right? Or rather, yes, there's need for us to have some kind of social safety net, okay? The social safety net, in my view, will be to provide coupons, government coupons. It's the same way there was a free handouts, you know, like cash handout, but not cash this time around. It would be like coupons. With these coupons, these coupons are essentially aimed to buy power, only for power. You say you give the low-income earners coupons through a period of one year to be able to pay for the power they consume, for SMEs, for poor families, and what have you. And expecting them that within that 12 months, they will have had sufficient power to stimulate their productivity. Either small factories they have in their houses, tailors, you know, what have you, to enable them establish that sustainable level where they can now be able to afford to buy power. So you take them off that safety net, all right, and then introduce more people into it. That way, you're able to track your spend, the national spend on on there's a phrase for it. You're able to track even your population. You're able to track who are you impacting, all right, and all the, and then the sector, it becomes liquid. With liquidity returning to the sector, infrastructure naturally can be funded because you can guarantee financing. Thank you.
Can I take that a bit as well? I'll just follow on from where Nu stopped. First of all, I think there is need for both off-grid and on-grid solutions for power. I don't think one is exclusive of the other. And certainly in Nigeria, it's going to be a while before the grid power can be penetrate the entire country. Now, the challenges with grid power we already know, and many of them are being fixed as we speak. So cost-reflective tariff has been one of the major challenges, and that's been addressed gradually. And I think we're beginning to see some improvements in that respect. But also, there's a massive amount of investment required in the area of transmission and in distribution. So these are not things that can be solved immediately. It's going to take a while to solve. But those things that needs to carry on anyway to improve grid availability. The off-grid availability, on the other hand, which is where a lot of the generators exist. Most of the generators in the 1+ megawatt capacity range already tend to be addressed by gas solutions through the gas distribution companies. But then you have this long tail of generators that are in the sort of 200 kVA to 1 megawatt range, which continually are in the diesel range. Now, in the last year or so, there's been significant improvement in things like LNG storage that allows you to target even smaller scale diesel generators and displace them with gas, basically. Of course, there's going to be a more active involvement of the regulator in terms of ensuring the safety to make that happen. But clearly, we can gradually displace diesel consumption at that level by making those generators use gas engines rather than generators. But one of the key issues that is going to slow that down is the forex exchange rate issue. For whatever reason, gas suffers unduly from FX challenges because gas is priced in dollars and paid for in naira. And because we've had a very volatile exchange rate over the last few years, over the last year or so, the landing price of gas, particularly non-pipeline gas, has been very high in the naira terms. And that's the challenge with gas penetrating at that level. For whatever reason, diesel does not seem to respond to this FX challenge, and I'm not exactly sure why. And so diesel, if you look at the price of diesel, even though it's changed, it has not changed proportionately with the devaluation of the naira, despite the fact that diesel is imported and is deregulated as well. So there is some kind of distortion in the market, which is basically creating a barrier to entry for gas into this space of salt. So I think we need to look at that a bit closely. If we can get that problem solved, then basically we take the medium, longer term issue of the grid power, but deal with the shorter, possibly low-hanging opportunity with the generators by moving them to gas-powered generators. But we need to address the competition between gas on a naira basis with diesel and other local fuels as a penetrant. Thank you.
I wanted to just lend to what he was saying about the diesel. I started from the petroleum product sector as well. The thing with diesel is there's a lot of supply of it in the market. So you have terminals. You have the terminals in Lagos, in Ogara, in Port Harcourt, in Calabar. How many LPG terminals do you have? How many gas terminals do we have? So because that's what we're saying, if there is a lot of the products, if there's a lot of supply, the market, the difference in the market won't come up, as much. It's just right now because in Lagos, how many LPG terminals do we have? How many do we have in other states? It's not the LPG terminals in when you're comparing it with the number of the population in general is really minute. So that is why the LPG keeps moving. Can move quickly because it's just in fewer hands. Thank you.
Some really good points there, particularly connecting the currency It's illogical at the minute. So we understand why. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes left. You've got a minute each, and we're going to write down what you say, and we're going to remember it for the next 10 years. So let's start with Rita first. Give us 1 minute how you see the next 10 years playing out.
When you look at the domestic gas consumption, out of all the natural gas for the past decade, it's been 10% only can be attributed to domestic gas consumption. And that is for power and industry. There is really very insignificant figure attributed to the use of LPG. So, and LPG, mostly we know in Nigeria, is used for cooking. And it also can also be used as auto gas for transportation. And food is the basic necessity of every man, of everybody. And so we have to drive that market. We have to drive the supply of LPG to make it available to everyone. A hungry man is an angry man. But when someone is able to eat, the person is able to contribute positively to the, to the economy. So I really, hope that in the next 10 years, we can also give a figure. We now know it's 1 million tons that was consumed last year. A figure must be put to it. There must be a focus. There must be a goalpost. What is our figure looking like 10 years from now from local consumption? And I also want everyone to remember that there is fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. Let's not only look at the foreign exchange we're able to get from the natural gas framework that was put in place in 1991. Let's also look at the fact that domestically, we can also gain that same fortune from a larger base at the bottom of the pyramid. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Shay.
Okay, thank you. For me, I think for the next 10 years, the bottom line for every businessman in the upstream, in the midstream, in the downstream is to return profit on investments. So I would like to see over the next 10 years a lot of action in terms of the fiscals, the commercial frameworks. Hopefully, with the gas pricing work being done at the moment, we will have appropriate gas pricing that will take us from sectional pricing to the willing buyer, willing seller situation we want to be. In the next 10 years, we should be through with our critical gas infrastructures. Our main trunk lines should be in place. OB3, AKK, the missing piece, the QIT, Umahia, Ajaokuta line will open the eastern flank of the country. We believe that should be in place. And with all this being in place, if we're able to resolve the liquidity issue in the power sector to guarantee payments for gas supply, and also with network code being fully in place, with open access, PIB is passed. The arrangements in our upstream, the PSC terms, as well as the other agreements upstream can be fine-tuned to make it more gas-focused. Then we'll be truly in the next 10 years in a better place in terms of how much gas is coming to the domestic.
Perfect. Right, we've got a minute and a bit left. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Straight to the point, I think for the next 10 years, the government should summon the political will to debottleneck the gas and power space to allow for demand-intensive gas utilization, and chiefly will be for power sector, and then also the SMEs, all right, to improve productivity. With these, is going to inject confidence into the market, the demand market, and when the demand market is strong, the supply will naturally fall in place. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I'll say 3 things about the next 10 years. The first one is that the next 10 years will be as fast as the last 10 years, if not faster. Second one is that it can be transformational decade of gas, or it could be yet a lost decade of gas. Depends on the steps we take right now. The third one is that if we want to make it a transformational decade of gas, I think we need to focus on all the issues relating to market. More importantly, stimulating demand, credible demand, because that plus the governance of the sector will drive supply, right? And in stimulating demand, I'm talking a strategic demand as a nation, where we take a strategic global position in gas to chemicals, strategic global position in gas for energy intensive industries, and gas for power. And that will call for a very, very concerted effort between the agencies of government. Just like we had here today, the Port Authority, the Customs, the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Petroleum, everybody must be aligned behind that vision. Otherwise, it's impossible to stimulate demand at the kind of strategic level we need to make this decade a truly transformational one. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, panelists. That was a fascinating conversation. I think to sum it up, the future's bright, the future is gas. We've got big demand out there, and we have big plans to supply this growing market in the future. So thanks, everyone. Great conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Roger Brown and the panel. If you can please just rise, take a quick group photograph. Can we give them another round of applause? Okay, so we're continuing from that very session. We will take a remark by the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO. So we'll take that and come into the concluding session for our program today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nuhu, Sheyi, David, Rita, and Roger. Thank you all very much. Okay, so we're taking a remark now from Congo, Brazzaville, where we're listening to the Secretary General of African Petroleum Producers Organization, our own Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim.
Your Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President, Commander-in-Chief, and special guest of honor at this occasion, Excellency Yemi Osinbajo, Vice President and guest of honor, Chief Temepre Silva, Honorable Minister and Chief Host of this occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO, is pleased to identify with the government and good people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the occasion of the launch of the Decade of Gas. In a world that is focused on energy transition, the decision by the Nigerian government to give greater attention to gas, not just as energy source, but as a key driver of the national economy, is most commendable. The launch of the long-awaited AKK gas pipeline project last year and the declaration of the Decade of Gas today, both by President Muhammadu Buhari, is testament to the seriousness that government attaches to the gas project in Nigeria. Slowly but surely, Nigeria is realizing its manifest destiny. For gas, not crude oil, is the energy of transition to which the world has committed. Nigeria's success in the transition to gas economy will pave the way to many of our member countries to follow the path. for Nigeria has been a pace setter in Africa. On behalf of our Continental Energy Organization, APPO, I wish the government and the technocrats saddled with the realization of this great and laudable ambition of making Nigeria a gas territory, as well as the good people of the country, whose lives will be transformed from the realization of this dream, God's guidance and blessings. I thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO, our very own Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim, giving that remark there on the relevance of gas to the future of energy, especially as it concerns fossil fuel. Now we're going to go from that into our concluding session, and this session will be looking at Nigeria's large infrastructure, technology and policy gaps, require disruptive solutions and thinking outside of the box. This session will discuss the necessity to think big and foster an environment for more innovation, capacity development, and technology adoption. This session will also shed light on the domestic application of Nigeria's huge gas reserves for national development. We'll take a keynote address. After the keynote address, we'll bring up the panel, and the panel will do justice to the conversations. Okay. So first off, as is being our tradition with the event today, we'll take our keynote, and our keynote this time, we're going to the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive of Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Let's welcome Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote, FNSE.
The Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, sure, he is getting involved with several discussions. The Managing Director of NLNG, Engineer Tony Atta, who is the sponsor of this event. I'm very pleased to be part of this. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, my friend Nabazu, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have the task of keeping you awake after a sumptuous lunch, and I just hope that you will all be awake to listen to me. Good afternoon to all. Ladies and gentlemen, within the hall, and those of us with us online, just permit me, if you will, therefore, to stand on already established protocol. I hope to deliver these keynote remarks for this session as briefly as possible in order to keep within the allotted time and also to keep all of us awake. Permit me to read out the stated objectives of this session as follows. Nigerian large infrastructure, technology, and policy gaps requires disruptive solutions and thinking outside of the box. This session, therefore, will discuss the necessity to think big and foster an environment for more innovative capacity development and technology adoption. This session will also shed light on the domestic application of the Nigeria's huge gas reserve for national development. There are, however, some key phrases that stand out from these stated objectives as follows. If you follow me on the objective. 1, large infrastructure, technology, and policy gaps. 2, an environment for more innovations. 3, the necessity to think big. And lastly, domestic application of Nigerian huge gas reserves. I will utilize these phrases as the outline of my keynote remarks today, covering the large gaps, innovation, thinking big, and gas utilization. Let me fully disclose upfront that my disposition to this session is that I always, being an incurable optimist, I always look at the cup as half full rather than half empty. With all these measures taken to address infrastructural deficits in the country, I won't refer to the gaps as unmanageable. Rather, I will look at it that the glass is half full. Nigeria has taken a major steps to address infrastructure gaps with focus on railway, power, roads, bridges, airports, and others. Some of the measures taken to address infrastructural challenges have indeed been disruptive, such as the introduction of the Sukuk bonds, the rollout of the Executive Order 007 on road infrastructure, tax credit, and the newly introduced highway development and maintenance initiatives. In the area of technology and innovation, we have moved from point in which international calls to our neighboring countries, such as Benin Republic or Togo, had to be routed through France or Britain. There are about 4 terrestrial and submarine fiber optic cables serving as backbone to wire African countries amongst themselves and to the rest of the world. Hitherto, when you want to make a call to Benin Republic, you have to go through France to be able to call somebody in Benin Republic or in Togo. But today, based on the huge investments we are put in infrastructure, you can call Benin Republic or Togo directly without going through France. According to the Nigerian Communication Commissions, our teledensity currently stands at 105%, with more than 200 million active lines. As of January 2021, the broadband penetration in the country is 43%, representing an 100% growth when compared to the level of penetration in 2017. These days, right from your device, you can order for a jet, a pizza, or a refill of your LPG cylinders. Our technological infrastructure enabled us to transit into virtual and webinar modes during the lockdown periods in 2020. It is a fact that some countries were unable to realize the virtual transition due to several reasons. When it comes to policies, we have them in abundance. In fact, it has been said that our problem in Nigeria is not about policy formulation, but it's more about implementing those policies. The Federal Executive Council approved the National Gas Policy in 2017 as replacement to the Nigerian Gas Master Plan. The policy contains a strategic direction on gas development, utilization, and monetization. Therefore, it is important that every new initiative that people are thinking of formulating, you must go back to existing policies with which to build on new initiatives. Let me use this opportunity to especially appreciate the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief Timi Priscilla, for his declaration of 2020 as the year of gas. This initiative rolled out in 2020, such as the National Gas Expansion Program, the Gas Network Code, FLAIR's Commercialization Program, and others have brought sharper focus on actions required to bring the initiatives contained in the National Gas Policy into reality. Hence, the transition into a decade of gas. The second aspect of my remark is on the necessity to think big. I submit that we are also not lacking in this respect. Some of the projects being undertaken in the country are big and audacious. We currently hold the record of having the largest single train refinery in the world as regards 650,000 barrels per day, Dangote refinery under construction. If you then want to ask the question of thinking big, is this thinking small? No, it is indeed thinking big. Our gas pipeline assets include the offshore gas gathering system, the West African gas pipeline, the Escravos Lagos pipeline system, the OB3 pipeline, and the AKK pipeline are under construction. As a matter of fact, the length of the AKK pipeline can stand side by side of any gigantic or big project that you know in the world. The Train 7 project represents 35% of the total capacity of the previous 6 trains already moving, installed capacity to 30 MPT from 22. The final investment decision, talking about audacious and gigantic projects and thinking big, the final investment decision was recently taken on the construction of a methanol plant using 5,000 standard cubic feet of gas as feedstock in Brass. Upon completion, the 10,000 metric tons per day methanol plant will bring Nigeria onto the world map as one of the top 10 producers of methanol. These are big tickets projects on a global scale. The last outline of my presentation is meant to shed light on the domestic application of the Nigerian huge gas reserves for national development. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to utilize this opportunity to highlight some of NCDMB's interventions to enhance utilization of gas as permitted within the provisions of the NOGIC Act and in support of the federal government policies and programs. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board is the sole agency of government responsible for driving Nigerian content in the oil and gas industry. Section 70 and 104 of the NOGIC Act vest the authority to manage the Nigerian Content Development Fund on NCDMB, and it requires us to employ it for projects, programs, and activities directed at increasing Nigerian content in the oil and gas industry. Over the years, we have deployed the fund to develop infrastructure, implement the human capacity development programs, fund loan schemes for industry stakeholders, and provide equity investment in furtherance of government policies and programs. Within the last 3 years, we have put in place funding interventions to support the oil and gas industry in the total sum of $732 million, split into $350 million Nigerian Content Intervention Fund, being managed by the Bank of Industry, $50 million for Research and Development Fund, and $332 million as equity investment in various partnerships. In line with our vision to serve as a catalyst for the industrialization of the Nigerian oil and gas industry and its linkage sectors, we have, through our partnerships, enabled investments of over $3 billion, covering modular refineries, manufacturing of LPG cylinders, LPG depot gas processing facilities, lube oil production plant, and a methanol plant using gas as feedstock. It is also important to highlight that more than 70% of our partnership investments are devoted to the gas sector. These partnerships include the following: partnership with Nedo Gas, producing company in Kwale, Delta State, for the establishment of 80 million scf of gas processing plant and a 300 million scf of Kwale gas gathering hub. Partnership with Transcell Gas Limited in Koko, Delta State, for 5,000 metric tons LPG storage and loading terminal facility. Partnership with DuPont Midstream for the construction of energy park, inclusive of modular refinery, power plant, and CNG mother station in Igboko in Edo State. As a matter of fact, that project will be commissioned fourth quarter of this year. Partnership with the Brass Fertilizer for the development of a 10,000 metric tons per day methanol plant and 500 million scf gas processing plant at Odiema in Brass local government area. The partnership with One Gas Group for the manufacturing of 1.2 million composite LPG cylinders every year. Also partnership with Butane Energy to roll out LPG bottling plants and depots in Abuja and 10 northern states of Kano, Kaduna, Katsina, Bauchi, Nasarawa, Zamfara, Niger, Plateau, Gombe, and Jigawa states. We are indeed glad that we have been able to provide these opportunities for players in the Nigerian oil and gas industry to realize their business objectives, increase in-country value addition, and create job opportunities for our germane populace. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I want to submit that the gaps in our infrastructure, policies, and technological innovations are narrowing very fast and non-existent in some cases. The decade of gas therefore presents a great opportunity to implement the various initiatives put in place to realize our potentials in the gas sectors. It is important that we resist the temptation to start another policy formulation midway into the implementation of the current initiatives, especially with the knowledge that 2 political cycles are expected within the decade. We need to ensure that the existing gas infrastructure assets are fully utilized and maintained even as we add new ones. The ultimate goal, therefore, is to bring the benefits of the sea level such as our citizens can have reliable power supply, access LPG for domestic utilization, fertilizer for agriculture, and employment opportunities. One of the greatest facts that gladdens my heart is that the majority of Nigerian youths are eager to acquire knowledge and develop themselves. These available slots at higher education and skills acquisition can barely keep up with demand. Their propensity for technology and innovation must be channeled for the good of the society. We must harness our youth thirst for technological know-how and the entrepreneurial dexterity of our private sector to deliver the decade of gas. Let's focus and implement the plans and the policies, stay on course, and utilize platforms such as this to report progress to the local and global audience. Once again, thank you very much for your attention, and I will be available for any question or clarification during the panel session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote. The NCDMB truly is taking on government's aspiration to partner with the private sector in deepening the benefits of the oil and gas sector, and in this case, gas resources in particular, truly putting into action the development part of the acronym NCDMB. Thank you very much, sir. Can we please again give him another round of applause? Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we go into the very concluding We go into the very concluding session now, which is plenary session 3, human and technological capacity development for the decade of gas. Now, a lot of you online have been asking questions around this, and we have decided to just let them be until this time, because I was sure that when we get to this part, our panel will be doing justice to those concerns. Many have asked what we are doing, to involve experts in the diaspora, fresh graduates out of school, and all of those. I'm believing that in this session, there would be an extensive conversation around some of such subtopics, and I hope you're still glued to your devices that you're using to dialing and listening to us today. Real quick, I go into the business of the session. Let me begin by welcoming our very first panelist, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA. Let's welcome Dr. Bashir Jamo. Okay. Joining him on the panel is the Deputy Managing Director of Nigerian LNG, but who had to go attend to some other official engagements. But representing him on this panel is the General Manager, Human Resources. Let's welcome Mr. Tehembe Makere. Of course, from NIMASA's engagement in human capital development for seafarers to the HR manager for Nigerian LNG, we're now going to an association of Nigerian service companies who are also working in their own space to grow capacity. Let's welcome the Vice Chairman, Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, Mr. Ronti Omole, who is also the MD of Redal Cycle. You're welcome, sir. The Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Investment Promotion Council is also on the panel, Yewande Sadiku. Yewande, I'm told she will join us shortly. Kunle, please confirm that once I leave the microphone. Okay, Director Gas, Ministry of Petroleum Resources is also on the panel. Let's welcome Nkem Aholo. Our moderator for this session is the Group General Manager, LNG Investments of the NNPC. Let's welcome Nike Kolawole. Okay, so if anyone in the room would like to ask a question, let me know. I would, on my moderator's permission, have you approach any of the standing microphones in the hall and ask your question. At the end of this session, when we close finally today, before you leave, please, we'll kindly request that you leave the lanyards with our ushers. Reason is simple. We're trying to be environmentally responsible as we intend to recycle these lanyards for some other purpose. So please, before you leave, you can. Yewande is here. Oh, perfect timing. Can we please put our hands together for the Director General, I beg your pardon, the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria Investment Promotion Council, please. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you. So, Madam Nike Kolawole, GGM LNG Investments, is all yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to stand on all existing protocols for the moment. This, I see, is a robust panel. I think we've spoken today, we've heard about the gas as a strategic relevance to the economy. We've spoken to issues of pricing and policy and how prepared we are for the next decade. But to do this, I think it's critical that you need the human capacity as well as technology, because these are the things that will drive these innovations forward. So at this session, what we want to do really is foster on the bigger picture. How can we use human capacity and technology to foster an environment for innovation? how do we develop that capacity? How do we create investment opportunities? How do we adopt this technology? And most important, how do we utilize domestic gas for national development? So those are the themes around which I will be speaking to the panel. And I think I'd like to start first with NLNG, particularly because NLNG has been touted. We often tout NLNG as, and rightly so, a very successful model of a company that has managed to bring Nigerian gas LNG to the forefront in the last 30 years or so. So I have a question actually for Nigerian LNG, if you please. Now, more specifically, the success of the decade of gas will be dependent, again, as I said, on technology and human resources. What are the key enablers from your perspective, having been in this field for quite a while? Could you just speak a little bit to what you think the key enablers are?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Thank you, everyone. As rightly said, I'm representing Mr. Sadiq Mebono, who is unavoidably absent. So if you hear me saying I, it's Sadiq that's speaking, not me. Yeah. I've just been conscripted to represent him, so you wouldn't mind if I. So the decade of gas cannot be achieved without the following enablers. We at NLNG, NLNG is ready to support with the competent resources in some areas of the value chain on the basis of the experiences it has gathered over the years. There is also the need for competency development centers to provide necessary training and skills required to support their value chain. This will include training of gas plant operators, technicians for maintenance, truck drivers, filling attendants, bulk delivery personnel, safety officials, etc. There is also the need for use of digital technology to share and learn from experiences of others that have been in this trade started before us. In this instance, the technology transfer from Southeast Asia for LPG and Europe for CNG auto gas will be crucial in accelerating development during the decade of gas, especially in the area of pricing, infrastructure, and maintenance, and access to funding. Developing several business models that can be picked by local investors to support the domestic chain is always very key. Graduates from tertiary institutions can be taught entrepreneurship, finance, supply chain management, and business development to encourage private involvement in all sectors of the value chain. And of course, retraining individuals in vocational centers with modern techniques such as 3D simulators, augmented reality systems, and remote coaching can be used to build capacity in this regard. Of course, also very important is the need for legislation and regulation by government, and of course, standards by the various regulatory bodies. We also have to leverage technology to accelerate the gas decade. And of course, the decade of gas will make use of this technology advancement combined with lessons learned from other economies to achieve this reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Just following on from that, maybe I should just ask an open question to the panel. I mean, what do you see as the major impediment that is the major drag that's impeding the domestic gas market? Who would like to take that first? Maybe will I ask Director, Ministry of Petroleum Resources.
Hello. Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Fact of what is that the awareness is not really there. Because in the NGPA, I think we are aware that our Honorable Minister inaugurated the National Gas Expansion Program. And one of our major targets is that we are trying to make people aware of the importance of switching to gas. Many people in the communities are not aware of that even gas is cheaper than using, okay, for example, in the NGP, when we are talking of auto gas, whether we like it or not, if you go today and you use PMS and you buy gas too, within a month, if you check what you have used, you will find out that you have spent less using gas. People are not aware of that. And then again, cost is part of the problem, or nearness to where our people are. And that is why we are trying to put what we call the micro distribution centers, MDCs, where we would have cylinders and people will have access to gas in different communities. So NGEP is collaborating with the different, that's Nigerian Governors Forum for all the states, and also AGON, Association of Local Governments of Nigeria, so that we can have all these facilities in the rural areas. Thank you.
So you mentioned that the awareness is not there. What exactly are we doing to ensure that we plug that gap in terms of the awareness? Are you collaborating with other associations, or what do we need to do, in fact, to mitigate this risk of lack of awareness?
Okay. We have been going around different states, having stakeholders engagements with different, for example, we have had stakeholders engagement with the Nigerian Governors Forum. We've had it with ALGON, the Association of Local Government of Nigeria. We've had it with transporters. We've had with Nigeria Labour Congress. We've had with gas suppliers, gas buyers all over Nigeria. I've been going to Lagos, Bayelsa, Kano, and various places having these stakeholders engagements.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Omoli, may I ask, in particular, we spoke about digital technology itself. What are the opportunities available in the local, in the adoption of local content as far as the digital technology?
Really? It's on. Okay. Thank you very much. Technology actually plays very prominent role in the oil gas, in the oil gas chain, right from the exploration into production, into distribution, maintenance of the pipelines, smart field solutions, which are the modern ways of using IoT to be able to improve the efficiency of the operations. From Nigerian perspectives, the IOCs and the service providers, they actually provide the technology for the industry. So from the service company perspective, that is the international and the local service companies in Nigeria, we spent time over the past 60 years developing technology capacity to be able to support the industry. And today you have local service providers who are into engineering services, fabrication, instrumentations, metering systems, and most of what you need to actually keep the industry going. But there are still gaps, and there are still opportunities for us to change the old fields into smarter fields. That means using various monitoring devices to be able to monitor fields remotely, plan your operations, and be able to reduce your costs, and at the same time, improving the efficiency of your operations. Those are some of the opportunities that we have. But in terms of challenges or encumbrances, you need more and more service providers in that industry. And in the past 1 or 2 years, there have been a lot of challenges for service providers, from COVID to low oil price, reduction in their contract rates, delay in their payments, and very few opportunities.
And coupled with that, you also have some of the government policies today that are not actually promoting the success of the local service providers. I mean, for example, their withholding tax are taken in perpetuity, which is an amount well beyond their tax liabilities. You have multiple taxations, almost about 15 different taxes and levies, and service providers, rather than looking at technology, are spending more time engaging various government agencies. And even the enablers, you are having different interpretations of certain conditions for them to run business. Today, I'm hearing that when you are importing goods from a foreign company by a local service provider, it's being translated or termed or interpreted as if you are awarding contracts to foreign companies. So these are some of the things that actually are not helping the service providers to focus, develop, and survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we look at Nigeria today, and you see that it's made up, 75% of the Nigerian population are youths. And I've seen in the industry, especially technology, these are people who, on their own are sitting in hubs and are very innovative and are bringing things to market, to the extent that some of these companies have now found themselves listed or bought by foreign companies. Now, where is the space for them in terms of them collaborating with the gas space, in the gas space? Because you talked about the technology, a need for more technological innovations. Why are we not tapping into this young and vibrant resource that we have readily disposable? Is that something that we are thinking through to plug that gap?
Yes, we have thousands, hundreds of intelligent graduates, techie guys coming out into the field. But equally, we need to be able to transform their skills, or their basic education, into skills required in the industry. Typically, when we're taking young graduates, it takes us about 3 to 5 years to be able to develop competence in the field. And you need to have opportunities to be able to take in more hands. And also, you must be able to have an intermediary center, like a skill center, that can actually help you within a short while, train some of them so that we can accelerate the employment of the younger guys into the industry. Some of us, the service providers, or the members of my association, PETAN, we invest in training, both locally, online, outside the country. We set targets, we look at solutions, and we develop our own in-house R&D. Typically in this industry, there are some proprietary solutions, and there are component solutions that we need to integrate and put together to support the industry. They take time. We try to use some of the younger folks to do that. But the rates at which we can take them in, train them, is too small compared to we having specialized center focused on skills training. For example, PTDF have a skill center in Port Harcourt, in Kaduna and other places. For the past 5, 6 years, abandoned. So if you have used such locations, we can send in people for 6 months, 12 months. Within that period, they are 95% ready to be absorbed in the industry. So it makes it easier for us to take in more and more to work with them, rather than going to spend 4, 5, 6 years to be able to train them and be able to be useful and impactful in the industry.
So what I'm hearing is that there is a gap in terms of training institutes or training infrastructure for the young ones. Now, when it comes to developing countries, now we've seen a shift now by the internationals, by the investors, when it comes to gas now, moving towards Nigeria as a developing country and all of the countries for, for investment itself. But it seems to me that there's a challenge. It's in the first instance, only the best projects get the financing anyway. But at any rate, even when they have designed more flexible or innovative financing, there still is a challenge with the partners, both public and private, when it comes to the commercial and political risks attached to that project. So my question actually goes to Yewande, specific to the NIPC. What can we do to mitigate the risks, these risks, and attract funding? And then more specific, how can NIPC itself enable the environment attract funding if we're going to meet this gas-powered economy towards 2030?
I'm afraid that Nikki was going to ask me a hard question. And that's exactly what she's doing. How can, projects, money is fungible, and money finds the source where it gets the most, where it looks like it'll get the most value.
That's right. Yeah.
So without a doubt, project funding is available. Whether we can access it or not is due to a variety of factors. But if I can speak from a government perspective in the context of raising financing, I guess it is the comfort that the project gets of political risk and policy risk. The more certain the political and policy environment, the easier it is to access funding. Then the more the government policies promote, especially from a domestic perspective, now that there's an increasing push for the domestic use of gas, the more government policies push the usage of gas. And I don't mean just upstream or downstream. In my view, it is about looking at the entire value chain. When we updated the list of pioneer products of the companies to benefit from pioneer status incentive, I know it is not sufficient, but we deliberately included, for instance, based on feedback from engaging with those who know better than us, the manufacture of tanks, reservoirs, and containers for carrying gas. But it's about connecting the entire value chain. But from a financing perspective, it's the quality of the government assurances and the quality of the sanctity of those government assurances, because these projects are necessarily long-term. And you have to be certain for the tenure of the, for the project developer, for the tenure of the project, for the banker, for the tenure of the repayment of the facility, that your fundings, your income streams are not at any risk. So it's a quality for me of those assurances, but also the kind of policies that government uses to encourage the domestic use.
Okay. So what sorts of, how can you better sort of support funding for domestic gas in particular?
So at NIPC, we're one of those people that they call jack of all trades, master of none. And from a policy perspective, for this in particular, it's one sector that we will be happy to support operators, users, those in the value chain, as to what is required for government support to better enable the investment prospects that the sector has. So it is supporting initiatives that operators want to push. Since NIPC's mandate allows it to support policy initiatives, but we're not expert enough to initiate, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So we'll be happy to work with, and you talked about PTAN, we'll be happy to work with industry association as necessary to help drive government policies that will support the necessary that will provide the necessary support that the industry needs.
Because I think that needs to happen. There has to be that collaboration, so you better understand the needs of the domestic gas investors in particular, and then how to back them through that terrain. Yeah.
I find for such things, the entire value chain is important. So from when the gas comes out of the ground to when the gas goes into homes, for instance, whatever we need to support the entire value chain.
Okay. Let's move away from that for a minute and look to NIMASA again, sir. Thank you. With this increase in shipping activity in particular, what does that mean for NIMASA? How prepared are you at NIMASA to take on this next decade of increased gas vis-a-vis the shipping activity? And then secondly, what's the potential impact of an increase in LNG, CNG, and LPG rather, shipping in Nigeria, in the Nigerian maritime sector? If you could just shed some light on that.
Well, thank you very much, Kolawale. I think that's a very important area to touch. Certainly listening to the gentleman making cases in terms of gaps of training and the timing that you require to get professional seafarers in the industry is very necessary for me to throw more light on the current trends in terms of modern ships that are coming in, which requires constant investment in seafaring. I think that is the target where we will have to go. If you look at the number of the trains for the LNG and the ships they have, we need to have a very good and dynamic professional seafarers. So in so doing, the gaps, the perceived gaps must be closed. And that is what will only make the dynamic technology that is coming into for the industry. On our part, we have been seeing so many opportunities in line with the questions you asked. Where does the younger Nigerians get and where go and where do you place them in terms of working? The agency, some few years back, we introduced a kind of interventionary policy that we call it National Seafarers Development Program.
Okay.
And this National Seafarers Development Program was targeted in providing the required manpower that can take care of the ships within the oil and gas industry and beyond. So far, we have trained above 2,000 Nigerians abroad.
Fantastic.
To get the required skill, knowledge, and expertise to be able to hold the industry, including LNG. Out of these 2,000, we certainly have some challenges, whereby at the initial stage of this program, we did not incorporate certain components like sea time, like COC, that's Certificate of Occupancy, of Competency, to enable each and every prospective seafarer to go into the labor market immediately they finished. So as of today, in our record, I think we have still outstanding about 600 that they did not do their sea time and go for their certificate of competency. Now, for those that we were able to scale through, which is at least in our record more than 1,400 today, there are some, they are in various, markets, including the international market, and they are working in different shipping company, including LNG. And then the second aspect of it has to do with the funding of some of the tertiary institution, universities, for them to establish a kind of maritime institutes. We selected about 6 universities in Nigeria. That includes University of Lagos, Nsukka, Niger Delta University, we have Keshere, and we have IBB Lapai. Now, this is one aspect of funding. Then the other aspect of funding, we establish Maritime University Okerenkoko, and then we have Maritime Academy Oron. Now, let me center on Maritime Academy Oron, where the LNG largely at the beginning patronize the students there. Later, the lack of trust and confidence came in, and the LNG decided to look for an alternative way. Certainly, what we have now in place, we try to improve the level of certification and training in the Man Oron, as well as the issue of certification. Today, I think just about 2 months ago, we had to launch the simulators in terms of technological development that would take care of those gaps, that the perceived gaps that the LNG look at, that makes them to look the other way. So some of this development, I think most of Nigerians, they are not yet aware. And bringing down our own professional and trainees that obtain certificates that feel that this certificate is substandard. So what we are doing about this is for us to open ourselves to the international community to come and audit our system, to ensure that the certificate we are issuing is up to the international standard. And we continue to partner with places like LNG in terms of interfacing for them to understand what we are putting in place to bridge such gaps, so that we can have a kind of opportunity for our teaming used. So at the end of the day, I think your second leg of questions, if we continue to engage with the LNG and they try to build that confidence and trust in line with our own mandate, we will be able to bridge the gap and accept our certification and training that we are given. Because today we have also a number of private institutes like Chaikin, Elkins, Joe Marines. The Chaikin just obtained a kind of accreditation from the National Board of Technical Education to commence issuing diploma certificates in line with the international best practices. So both the IMO, International Maritime Organization, and other international body, ILO, the International Labour Organization, we are subjecting ourselves, both internally in NEMASA and within the Maritime Academy Oron, to audit our system and tell us the truth about the status of things so that we can close those gaps. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'd like to just touch on the think big issue. When we speak about thinking big, we have a whole host of projects on ground now that is really going to propel the gas space in Nigeria. We've spoken earlier on about a number of projects, AKK, Train 7, OB3, and a whole host of other in-country projects. Now, for me, it doesn't matter how many projects you have on ground if we do not deploy the right human capital and technology, then these may just remain lofty projects as it were. So it's very critical, because to my mind, bricks and mortars will not do anything. It's got to be human beings that will drive the policy that we looking to push towards this being a decade of gas. So to that extent, I'm hearing that there are gaps if we look at the NIMASA, there are gaps there. There are also gaps within the industry itself in terms of having an institute that will train our younger ones, particularly the over 75% of the population, as I spoke to. If we don't have those institutions in place, then how then can we overcome these challenges? How do we think big enough to mitigate these challenges? And that's a question I'd like to just put to the panel, maybe for a minute from everyone or two on my thoughts on this. Yeah.
I'll be turning this back on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello? Okay. I think basically looking at the whole gas chain, distribution, then down to home, various instrumentations, maintenance, and safety issues involved. Having a skill center modeled after something like in Malaysia, where they have a place called INSTEP. INSTEP is an upstream, downstream training plant facility where they give you experiential training. It is like a real life, with a refinery section, the upstream activities, the instrumentations, and they use glycol as a liquid rather than crude. So people are trained through that process to be able to understand how to keep a refinery going, how to maintain offshore production platforms, handle the instrumentations, the metering systems, and everything involved in that value chain. Between 2014 or thereabout, they've trained 130,000 skilled engineers and technicians that are available in 30 refineries all over the world and over 100 production platforms. And that is why when you have a crew change in Nigeria, you see the Southeast Asians, they all came out from such institutes. We may not go to that deep extent, but if you have specialized training centers, Shell had something like that years ago, where they put graduates into 6 months, 12 months, 15 months training programs. And they came out excellent and qualified. So if we really want to really support this industry for the next 10 years to achieve the goals, and we need human capital that can support the exploration, production, maintenances, field operations, we need to train massively, and we also need to invest and complete those key centers. I was at the GEP, the gas expansion program, and they said, oh, we need to train 100,000 Nigerians within 6 months. I mean, that's their perception. Looking at the whole value chain involved in the auto conversion, foundries, all over the local government and things like that. So really, if we want to achieve the 2030 project, we must have skills training center where we can take graduates, 6-12 months, get them ready to go into the industry and support the market. That's the only way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam,
yes, please.
So it sounds to me like what you're saying is from an industrial perspective in terms of training skills for industry. But if we increase domestic use, then we need to train those who will support the domestic industries as well. If you have a challenge in your home, if you have a challenge with your gas-powered car, how to get support for it. But education, without a doubt, is a big part of it. More technical education in that field. But for me, educating a large number of Nigerians, young Nigerians. I'm just adding to what you said. I'm just adding.
She's not taking away what she said.
I agree with you.
I want to align with her because basically that is where the issue of coastal trade now comes in. The 4 legs of coastal trades require that, when you have your ship built in Nigeria, owned by Nigerian, registered in Nigeria, and then mined by Nigerians. So the issue of mining, that is where the issue of labor comes. I have made mention earlier that we have been having challenges in terms of confidence and trust building on the certification that we are issuing in Nigeria. That's what makes a kind of challenge between we and the LNG. But today, if we are to go by the coastal trade and see how we can build capacity and we ensure that we build that confidence, we engage more with the LNG, I think we can be able to get this employment within the LNG alone. I think the number of employment we can be able to provide for Nigerians is also enough. Another bothering issue has to do with the plugging. Today, no single LNG vessel is plugged Nigerian plug, is plugged in Nigerian plug. I remember that some couple of decades, there was an audit between the LNG and the NIMASA, and they gave us their own requirement. Okay, go and meet this requirement. Let us see what we can do. We go for plugging. This will increase the tonnage of Nigerian fleets. We will go back to the drawing board, look at the audit, engage more with the LNG and see what we can do in terms of the labor, the CPRs, as well as the plugging of the vessels. Thank you.
Thank you. LNG, perhaps you would like to.
Yeah, thank you. In my opinion, Sadiq speaking through me.
Yes.
Which are so key in. There has to be deliberate action by government and the industry. If we look at NLNG as a case study, currently we have 100% Nigerian management, and of course 95% workforce. It wasn't so in the beginning.
Yeah.
There was a deliberate policy of Nigerianization, and with clear programs that were thought through and then followed. And that's where we are today as an organization. And of course, it's an open secret, national pride to everybody. NLNG was awarded Company of the Decade by this day, and it is respected globally. This is just one of the many examples we can cite.
Yes, it is.
Another lever we can use in is the contracting process. For a lot of domestic companies, we work with that work with Nigeria. There's a hand-holding process which helps to build competence and ensure that expectations are met. And in this regard, I think we must commend the NCDMB. The NCDMB, yes, I think, is doing a very good job in this regard. Of course, embarking on very laudable projects that, of course, were outlined by the Executive Secretary. We can also explore the establishment of competency development centers to provide the necessary training and skills required to, to support the value chain. This will provide certification for gas plant operators, technicians for maintenance, truck drivers, filling attendants, bulk delivery personnel, etc. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just want to say, like he said, the NGEP, when they are going to each state, they get places where, in collaboration with the state governments, they pick students that they can train technically. And that's the plan of NGEP, that they will go to each state. After the stakeholders are meeting, they will get the state government to get people that are interested, train them for example, to be able to use the conversion, do conversion for each of those auto gas vehicles to be dual fuel them vehicles, teach them how to fabricate burners, cookers, and the MDCs, that's the micro distribution centers, so that in those local areas and everything, they can stand alone on their own and do it. And of course, when the consumers have challenges, they'll be able to help them since they fabricated them, those things. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think, I'm not sure how much time I have left, but it seems to me that it's critical that there be a targeted policy towards increasing training, having training institutes in place, if you're going to utilize the human capacity development and technology, then you need to have a targeted policy. And I think that that is probably embedded in the gas policy or the PIB. But then again, it takes more than the PIB or the gas policy. I think it takes a collective effort across the value chain of all these stakeholders to work in collaboration to ensure that these youths in particular, I think that's my my mantra is on the youths, because they will be the ones who will keep the ship steering, as it were. So it's very important that we pay a lot of focus and attention, and that's one way to mitigate the unemployment issues that we have in country. But I'd like to, on this note, thank all of the panelists for their contribution. And I know that we're the last of the session. I think we're the last panel. I don't see people sleeping, so it couldn't have been that bad. But
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Just remain seated real quick. She's talking to you.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say that I'm really glad that my honorable minister declared the decade of gas, because gas has been around, but somehow because of oil, gas was overlooked. So I will even say that one of the advantages of this COVID is because the cost of oil went down and everybody started looking for a way for Nigeria to go forward. And that's why everybody's talking of gas now, if not for the COVID.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Maholo. Thank you. Okay, so a big thank you to all our panel members, our moderator. We thank you so much, Nike Kolawole, Dr. Bashir Jamo, Tehemba, Makere GM HR at LNG, Yewande Sadiku, CEO, NIPC, and of course, Nke Maholo, Director of Gas. Can we give them all another round of applause? Thank you so much. Okay, so just rise, take one quick group photograph, and please, as they go back to their seat, allow them sit down. We're closing. I'm going to invite 2 more speakers and we are done. So just allow them go back to their seat so we don't have like a rowdy hall. When we're done, we can do a bit networking. But for now, take a quick group photograph. Thank you very much. We still have, by the way, we still have hundreds of people online. So do not, we deliberately created a situation where we'll not have too many people in the room, as we're all aware. So we still have hundreds of people. As a last check, I'm told I have a little over 500 people still streaming online. Okay, so we're going to now listen to a wrap up by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Welcome with me, Mr. Bitrus Bakunabasu, MNI.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think the organizers of this program gave me the most difficult aspect of this summit. I have to sit down here and prepare what I will say. You can see it. You can see why I say it's the most difficult aspect. I even forgot what I prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to sincerely thank the panelists. You've done very, very well. And the keynote speakers, thank you sincerely. The future is gas. The future is bright. Investment available, but the nation needs to ensure that the risks are conducive and manageable by the investors. The decade of gas that we seek to achieve is laudable and is achievable. It is no longer news that Nigeria is more of a gas nation. It is unfortunate that for years we have concentrated more on oil than on gas. It is also not news that as at 2020, our proven gas reserve stands at 203 TCF with a potential of 600 TCF. Developing and maximizing our gas potentials can help Nigeria achieve 9 of the SDGs. Gas is globally seen and known as the fuel of choice, which is a cleaner alternative. It is estimated that energy demand will grow by 30% as population increases, and over 40% increase in the demand for gas by 2050. With all the above facts, there's need to change the narrative in Nigeria from power, poverty, and shortage to sufficiency. Therefore, the present government of President Muhammad Buhari GCFR is committed to leading the course towards changing the narrative. Some initiatives towards achieving the year of gas 2020 and the decade of gas 2021 to 2030 include, but not limited to, 1, the Nigeria National Gas Expansion Program, which commenced last year, the Auto Gas Initiative with the conversion of vehicles to dual fuels usage, the Ajayakuta, Kaduna, and Kano gas pipeline, the Oredo pipeline, and some of them which have been launched, gas network code already functional. Now, with this, there are still challenges. And the challenges are centered on issues of technology, issues of funding, and the rest of them. But from my takeaway, the way forward will be the digital transformation, training and manpower development, ensuring the passage of the petroleum industry bill, will settle issues around gas pricing, will create a conducive environment for investment, and then we respect the sanctity of contracts, balance between gas demand and supply by stimulating strategic gas demand, that is gas to chemicals, gas to industries, and gas to power. So this decade will be a transformation decade. We make Nigeria the energy hub for the African Free Trade Agreement. We stimulate demand by incentivizing investors in the gas sector. And then we make gas or encourage gas companies to collaborate with the host communities in the areas of safety and security. With this, I think this will be considered as my takeaway from this summit. I want to use the opportunity to thank sincerely our moderators, Nikki Kolawole, Roger T. Brown, Olu Phillips, for their excellent work. I also want to thank our key speakers, Serki Awalu, the Director, DPR, Mansour Ahmed, the President, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and Group Executive Director, Dangote Industries Limited. My friend, Engineer Simi Wabote, Executive Secretary, Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board. The panelists, too many to mention, because there are many here. Let me thank you all for your excellent job. On this note, I want to thank all participants, the organizers and sponsors for the success of this program. Thank you and God bless us.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Bitrus Bako Nabasu. Indeed, you gave leadership to this committee, you gave leadership to the producers. Bayanan. Okay. All right, so thank you very much. Thank you. Can we please one more time appreciate the permanent secretary? Once the Minister of State makes the declaration, he and the team runs with it to ensure we have this wonderful event. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said and the Minister of State left us with a charge to have robust conversations and bring up some solutions as to how we can achieve the decade of gas the way government wants it. To put together for us, or to give us what the next steps will be looking like moving forward by way of closing remarks for this event, I'd like to welcome the General Manager, External Relations for Nigeria LNG. Please welcome Eyono Fatai Williams.
Your Excellency, distinguished captains of industry, standing on existing protocol because it's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of this inaugural Decade of Gas Conference. And I do believe that we all agree that it has been a very, very lively and stimulating session with clear articulation of the potential possibilities that lie ahead for Nigeria over the next decade. In giving the vote of thanks for this richly rewarding event, it is only fitting for me to start by expressing a very, very sincere and heartfelt gratitude to the President, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, for giving the Decade of Gas recognition at the highest level of government. There is no doubt that Nigeria is on the right track and that so much will be accomplished under the Decade of Gas initiative. Our gratitude also goes to the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Dr. Timiprie Silva, His Excellency, whose leadership of the oil and gas sector at this time can only be described as auspicious. Your presence here today assures all stakeholders that the Decade of Gas initiative, coming as it is in the challenging COVID-19 world, will get necessary support for immediate traction. It is also significant to note that this conference is the result of the collaboration between the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and Nigeria LNG Limited. Kickstarting a significant initiative as the Decade of Gas on a collaborative note sends the message which most stakeholders need at this point, that the industry could do with more collaboration, it could do with more collaborative efforts and symbolic partnerships, as that is one way to harness our diverse and disparate strengths for the greater good of all. We are grateful to the Honorable Minister for this collaboration. We are also grateful to the GMD, NNPC, who is like a father to Nigeria LNG for making this a reality. We extend our gratitude to him and thank him for his constant, consistent, and unflinching support. No doubt, NNPC will serve as an arrowhead for the implementation of the Decade of Gas initiative in partnership with the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. The industry will look forward to your leadership in this regard. I don't think we could have had a more engaging and thought-provoking conference if we did not have the experts and industry professionals who shared their insights and long hours of research work with all the speakers, the panelists, the discussants, and everybody else, particularly those online who have sent so many suggestions, a barrage of questions, and a lot of ideas that will enrich the communique from this conference. This is to say a huge thank you to you all. We appreciate the time you have taken from your already busy schedules to prepare to be of service in this conference and to bring value to the table and to the Decade of Gas initiative. Every conference, when done well, as this has obviously been done, I'm sure you agree with me, is an exchange, a giving and a taking, which leads to the enrichment of all parties. We therefore remain very grateful to the long list of people which the Honorable Permanent Secretary listed, so I won't repeat their names in the interest of time. We want to say we are very grateful to all of you, captains of industry, and every single person who contributed in one way or the other to make this day a reality and to produce an event of world-class standard. Thank you very much. Without your presence, it is doubtful that the event would have been as enriching as it has been. There's a lot to reflect on, and more importantly, to act on over the coming weeks, months, in enhancing our individual and collective contributions to help Nigeria meet her energy challenges and emerging opportunities. A recap of this conference has been done, and part of this includes the fact that Mr. President and the GMD and the Honorable Minister of State, to summarize all they've said, is that the energy transition has started, resulting in a massive change in the global energy mix. The launching of the Decade of Gas by Mr. President therefore signifies that Nigeria is on that transition very firmly from the back of oil to the wings of gas. The collaboration of all stakeholders is key to the success of this. And just to restate that the PIB is probably unilaterally the one thing that holds the ace to the successful implementation of the Decade of Gas. In the last panel session, a lot was said about capacity building. What we'll be doing over the next couple of weeks, as mandated by the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum, is that a communique detailing the outcome of this conference is already being put together. This will include a robust roadmap, as he has requested for, with a team constituted to follow up on the significant actions and commitments that will come out from that roadmap. This, as the Honorable Minister said, will be presented to His Excellency, Mr. President, by the Honorable Minister of State himself. I don't think there's any commitment that can be higher than that. His personal commitment is one of the key drivers to ensure that 10 years from now, God sparing our lives, perhaps we will be in this hall celebrating Nigeria's actualization positively of the Decade of Gas. The Decade of Gas conversion doesn't stop here. That conversation doesn't stop here. It continues. The conversation will continue until the gains of the Decade of Gas become reality for Nigeria. So once again, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of State, on behalf of the GMD, Managing Director, Nigeria LNG, maybe as well on behalf of Mr. President, would like to say thank you very much to everybody who has taken time off to be here physically and online to make this conference a success. I therefore, on their behalf, officially announce the end of today's session and wish all of us, our organizations, and indeed our dear country, success and prosperity. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, General Manager, External Relations and Sustainable Development of Nigeria, LNG. Yes, Ayano Fatai Williams, thank you. Okay, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the PAMSEC was speaking, something came to my mind. He said that the future is bright and the future is gas. So I went to a public primary school and we used to sing, "The day is bright, is bright." We are plenty in the room. Oh. Anyway, for me to close today, what I'll be saying is the future is bright, the future is gas, the next decade is critical. That's how I Thank you very much. That's how I'm ending this event today. Indeed, we must get it right. I've had the privilege during this lockdown to MC events across the globe from the comfort of my living room. And when I hear countries that are very small in population only just found their resources taking measures that are completely mind-blowing with their political will, with their commitment to develop their resources and utilize it for their people, you just sit and say, we must get it right. Time is of the essence. We need speed. We might achieve this in 5 years' time. 10 years is a good goal, but let's put in all we can so that, as she said, in the next 10 years, we'll look back and say it was a worthy cause, and we must do all we can to make this the light of the day. Thank you all. Richmond Osuji is my name. The end of the conference it is, and I will see you in June. Can I get the ministers welcome to June for the main event, which opening ceremony, by the way, will be happening at the presidential villa. Look forward to attending that. Those of you online, continue to engage. Those in the room, you can go to NIPS. You can go to NIPS. And of course, NIPS, let me be sure with that website. Just give me 1 second. NigeriaPetroleumSummit.com. Go on that website, log in, and you also continue the conversations. Many thanks to Brevity Anderson for producing on behalf of the ministry and indeed on behalf of LNG and NNPC. Let the networking be taking online. 72 hours from now, you would find all the presentations on the website. Remember to drop your lanyards with our ushers. We want to be responsible to the environment. When you do that, we will take it and recycle it. Bye for now.
On behalf of myself, the federal government of Nigeria, and our great people, I would like to personally welcome you to attend the 4th Annual Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, an official oil and gas meeting of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which will now take place in Abuja from 6th to 10th June 2021. We have had to reconsider the dates in light of the current global pandemic. With the full backing of the federal government of Nigeria, NIPS has over the years evolved into a must-attend industry meeting for top decision makers, industry leaders, and all stakeholders. While the last year has been a challenging year for the oil and gas industry due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the crisis also provides us with the opportunity to redefine our industry for transformative moments. Let us all, therefore, come together under the platform of NIPS 2021 in our quest to return to the attractive industry performance of the past years. I thank you and look forward to personally receiving you in Abuja in June 6th to 10th, 2021 for another historic edition of Nigeria International Petroleum Summit.
you.